My name is John English. I'm the director of the Center for Contemporary International History at Trinity and the Monk School of Global Affairs. 50 years ago, yesterday, Lester Pearson won a minority government against John Deaconbaker, and the world changed. April 22nd, one day before his 66th birthday, Lester Pearson became the Prime Minister of Canada. The Pearson years were chaotic, often crazy, but remarkably creative. Medicare, the Canada Pension Plan, the guaranteed supplement, student loans, bilingualism, the Canadian flag, and even Canada's greatest, and perhaps only, political sex scandal. It was, of course, the Munsinger affair, where the Conservatives had all the sex and the Liberals did all the talking. Seriously, we have blended in this conference analysis of the Pearson years with the voices of practitioners and those who knew Pearson well and worked closely with them, including two prime ministers who will speak later today, and people like Don MacDonald and Alan Duffy, too, who worked so closely with Mr. Pearson. The conference has two parts, today at Trinity, this evening at the Walter Gordon Circle at the University Club, where Jim Coots will give a wonderful presentation. I've read it on Mr. Pearson. I'd like to thank all those associated with the Center for Contemporary International History, and Michael Valpy, who originally gave us this idea for the conference. I'd like to particularly thank Andy Orchard, the Provost of Trinity, and Jenna Stein, the Director of the Monk School of Global Affairs. But most of all, I'd like to thank Bill Graham, whose vision for the Center is reflected in this conference. What Bill wanted for Trinity was, he is the Chancellor, was to have people who had experience in public policy meet with, work with, talk with, teach together with students, faculty members, and others. This conference represents that vision. There are two people who have done more than anyone else, including me and Jack and myself, to organize this conference. They are Meredith Kravitz and Jennifer Bonder. They'll answer all your questions. Don't ask us, ask them. The conference also would not be possible without them. Jack?
Thanks, John. My name is Jack Cunningham, and I'm Program Coordinator at the Center for Contemporary International History. And I know that for many of you, this is really your first exposure to the Center and its activities, so I'd like to speak very briefly about our genesis and what it is that we do. As John mentioned, the Center has its origins in a perception shared by our friend Bill Graham, Chancellor of Trinity College, that there was something rather amiss with the level of debate and discussion in Canada on recent international events. And we saw this Center as a way to raise the quality of such debate and to approach recent and current events through the perspective of historical understanding. We've been in existence for a little more than a year. We teach, we do research, we've sponsored previous conferences. We had a very successful one on Afghanistan a bit more than a year ago, and we hope that having come here today to mark the 50th anniversary of the Pearson government, you'll be inspired not only to keep on remembering the creativity of those exciting years in Canadian politics, but we'll be interested in supporting the creativity of the Center and following our future activities. So with that, I'd like to wish you an enjoyable and fruitful day. We've got a very full program, so we will move on. Thank you.
Could the panelists and the speakers come forward, please? I'd like to call on Mary McDonald, Director of the International Relations Program at Trinity, to introduce Alan Gottlieb.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late last minute dash. It is a pleasure and an honor to introduce Alan Gottlieb to you this morning. Mr. Gottlieb is currently Senior Advisor to the law firm of Bennett Jones LLP. He is, should be well known to us all as someone who has made an extraordinary contribution over almost 50 years, I guess, to almost every possible aspect of Canadian public life. His contribution to public service itself has been recognized. He's a companion of the Order of Canada. He is a recipient of the Honorable Service Award, is it, from the Canadian government, and the U.S. government has given him the Woodrow Wilson Award for public service. As a public servant, he's best known to us, I think, as the ambassador as Canada's ambassador to Washington from 1981 to 1989. Before that, he served as the Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs from 1977 to 1981. And when he returned from Washington, he served Canada in a different capacity as the chair of the Canada Council until 1994. Mr. Gottlieb's official biography very modestly mentions that he's also the author of several books on international relations and international affairs. Well, several. I checked the U of T library system yesterday and asked it to give me a list of all the books and other materials in the U of T's collection on which Mr. Gottlieb is listed as an author, and it ran to 2 pages, which means that it's running at about 30 or 35. In addition to the sheer volume of material that Mr. Gottlieb has written in his contribution to Canadian academic life, there's also the span of years. This begins with the publication in 1965 of a volume on disarmament in international law, an issue that continues to exercise this very instant, and extends right through to 2006 with a second memoir and meditation about the experience of being Canada's ambassador to Washington. In between, there are all sorts of issues that are interesting to me as a former lawyer in the public service with respect to communications policy as well. So a range of material. Mr. Gottlieb has contributed to Canadian business life, including as a director on a number of Canadian companies and U.S. companies. He is the chair of the Donna Canadian Foundation and of the Aurea Foundation, and he's also contributed to the arts in Canada, including as a trustee to the Art Gallery of Ontario. So, I'll let him speak for himself, but please join me in welcoming Alan Gottlieb.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mary, for that, for your very kind but alas, all too brief introduction. Considering where I am on the program, to introduce the others, even more handsome, I'm required. Anyway, I'm delighted to share the first panel of this event. And it is, I think, the celebration of the Pearson government, the achievements of the Pearson government. I think it's very, very timely to have that. Just because I don't think somehow or other country can move forward if it doesn't look back and see where it came from, where it was from. So I think this time of vigorous debate and some choices of leaders, I feel the political parties, I think it's very appropriate to be looking back at these times of the achievements of the government of Justice Pearson. It is, I know it's the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Pearson government, 63, I think. But to someone like myself, in particular, who when I joined the Foreign Service, Mr. Pearson was Secretary of State. And I think if one needs to think in terms of the Pearson era, it begins very substantially before 1963, particularly in the world of international affairs, because so much of the imprint of our and the design and characteristics of foreign policy before we had a critical period when he was Secretary of State and for external affairs and even earlier. Though I did make two general comments about it very briefly about this period, particularly Canada and the world. It's very curious to contemplate the depth and extent of the spirit of internationalism that was represented and reflected in those years when Mr. Pearson was Secretary of State and Prime Minister. Very hard because you had a relatively small living group of people. And whatever Mr. Pearson did, he was the last person to say he did a remarkable group of colleagues who, in their devotion, their originality, and commitment to making contributions in the world, all this took place against the background of exceptional isolationism of the 30s, and even beyond. When we think of how the Prime Minister of the day, Mackenzie King, explored the notion of Canada making any difference. When you look at some of the most remarkable figures in the pre-war period, it is astonishing, even how isolationist they were. So out of this combination of a sense that the world's problems are not our own, and that the personality of Mackenzie King, his terror, international commitments, and his fear of Canada remaining a colony, and wanting therefore to abstain from involvement in issues, local issues. It is remarkable that this group emerged, worked together so brilliantly, and with such passion for the achievement of international goals. So, by way of those very preliminary comments, we have, as they say, and it is at this day with a very wide range of expertise. You have in this pamphlet library all the panelists, and I was good. It makes it so I'm not set up there, but if you can see the spectrum of their expertise and knowledge is very substantial, both from the standpoint of our capacities to influence and in terms of their more specific, their more specific knowledge of our military and in our general foreign policy challenges. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to confine his remarks to 15 minutes. The bad news is I don't have a watch, so I might start getting the easy. To and then after a break, we'll have some comments, trigger comments, and the commentators will find themselves. So I think we should begin there. If we follow the comments, I'm going to follow on Michael Carroll, who's authority on Pearson, peacekeeping. Who was professor at Grant University.
Thank you very much. I will do my best to adhere to your time limits and to keep in mind Alfred Nobel's astute observation that the more international knowledge ensure peace. Bill Lester Pearson's name is often associated with the United Nations peacekeeping work, which is surprise anyone. In 1957, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in helping to bring about a resolution to the Suez Crisis in the Middle East. And Gunnar John, the chair of the Nobel Committee, he commended Pearson's, quote, powerful initiative, strength, and perseverance to restore peace in situations where quick, tactful, and wise action has been necessary to prevent unrest from spreading and developing into a worldwide conflagration. High praise indeed for Canada's Secretary of State for External Affairs, and well deserved. However, as Ross Campbell, one of Pearson's former colleagues of External Affairs, once lamented, Pearson the pragmatist has been forgotten by the public, and to some extent by successor Canadian governments, in their zeal to promote exclusively the image of Pearson's U.S. antagonist. It should be noted that while Pearson was a firm supporter of the United Nations, and believed it to be an important aspect of Canadian foreign policy, his pursuit of foreign policy, whether in the Suez Crisis in 1956, Yemen in 1963, Cyprus in 1964, or responding to the withdrawal of Yemen in 1967, it was always conducted with an eye towards the Canadian national interest. Peace has always been in Canada's interest, and in the immediate post-World War II world, Pearson and the rest of the world saw the United Nations as a possible arbiter of that peace. As one of Canada's diplomatic representatives at the United Nations Conference in San Francisco in April of 1945, Pearson stated in an address to the UN Forum, he said, quote, what we must do is not abolish force, but put enough force at the disposal of a world authority to prevent aggression by convincing the aggressor that he will be quickly and effectively chastised if he misbehaves, which, if it could be achieved, would be as effective in preserving international peace as our policing system is in preserving domestic peace. Pearson clearly had the prevention of aggression in mind rather than peace enforcement, but he also realized that a supranational organization must be prepared to back up their rhetoric with the use of force if absolutely necessary. He was also realistic enough to realize that a police force under international control was clearly not possible in the immediate future. But as he continued, there does not seem to me to be any valid reason, however, why we should not start with a small international force for limited purposes, a beginning of an international force. It is the ultimate, and to me, the only hope of peace among nations. In a speech given in January 1948 entitled Peace to the United Nations, Pearson made the case that the UN must, if it is to be effective, have adequate force under its sole control to implement its decisions. This force must be capable of being brought into action quickly as a result of international decision, which cannot be blocked by any one power. You will, of course, complain that this is impractical and impossible. My reply is that at the moment it certainly is, but that it is an objective which must be reached, a purpose that must be realized. The alternative is international anarchy. Now, the United Nations made some tentative steps towards issues of regional conflict in the late 1940s, but under the leadership of Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King, peacekeeping was not seen to be in Canada's interest. When the first UN mission to oversee the situation in Palestine was created in 1948, Canadians were nowhere to be found. Considered a drain on resources and a thankless task, King doubted the Canadian public would support military operations in a distant land, and he also feared that, judging from the divisive nature of Canada's participation in the First and Second World Wars, that peacekeeping might exacerbate problems of national unity. The following year, when the UN approached Canada about participating in an observer mission in Kashmir to help monitor peace between India and Pakistan, King had since retired, but according to the Minister of National Defense, Brooke Claxton, Cabinet was allergic to the idea. But in 1949, the issue was not decided by Cabinet. It was instead referred to the new Prime Minister, Louis Saint-Laurent, and his Secretary of State for External Affairs, one Lester B. Pearson. Pearson and Saint-Laurent were a new breed of politician compared to King. They were internationalists, and they were more than happy to expand Canada's role in the world. However, neither Pearson nor Saint-Laurent were internationalists for idealism's sake alone. International credibility was gained, and the cost of seconding 4 military officers for UN duty was deemed to be negligible. 1954 saw 5 additional officers deployed to Hunso in the Middle East. And it really wasn't until a few years later, however, that peacekeeping really became a household term in Canada. When Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal in July 1956, it didn't immediately appear to have much relevance to Canada. As Ralph Campney, the Minister of National Defense, said, quote, "It's primarily a European matter, not a matter which particularly concerns Canada. We have no oil there, we don't use it now for shipping." But Pearson knew from his time as a diplomat that what affected the great powers, particularly Great Britain, would sooner or later have an effect on Canada. The nationalization of the Suez Canal was an economic blow to the United Kingdom, to be sure, but perhaps more important was the psychological impact. To gauge British sentiment firsthand, Pearson made a visit to London in August of 1956, which caused him great concern. He reported upon his return that, quote, "The British and French haven't cooled down in the least. The way they talk about Suez is enough to make your hair stand on end." The Canadian military attaché in London also reported back that, quote, "It's not a question of whether military action will be taken, but rather a matter of how and when." The threat of military action was a concern to Pearson, not only for international peace and security in the Middle East, which also had the potential to escalate into a full-blown nuclear affair between the superpowers, but it also threatened unity within the Commonwealth as well as the Anglo-American alliance. As Pearson wrote to Norman Robertson, the Canadian High Commissioner in London, he said, quote, "We're not very happy here about developments and where they're leading, but we have no desire to be critical unless and until we can come up with some constructive ideas of our own." While Pearson was intrinsically sympathetic to British aims, he did not agree with the way in which they were pursuing their policy in the Middle East. And he reported to Prime Minister Saint Laurent in September of 1956 that, quote, "We should be very careful in the interim period in saying or do anything which would give the impression that Canadian association or support is something that can be taken for granted. Remaining above the fray and not being too closely linked with British policy, or American policy for that matter, would make it easier for Canada to act as an arbitrator if and when the opportunity arose." Pearson and the diplomatic corps carefully monitored events and negotiations as they continued to evolve in 1956, and towards the end of October, it appeared as if things were quieting down in the Middle East. The Israeli invasion of Egypt on October 29th, however, changed everything. Within a week of the attack, Britain and France had joined the military fray, the Soviet Union had threatened nuclear strikes against London and Paris, and relations between the UK and the United States were sinking to an all-time low. From the Canadian perspective, the Suez Crisis had opened Pandora's box, unleashing competing interests among Canada's most important allies, and threatening dramatic repercussions for NATO, the Commonwealth, and the United Nations, all cornerstones of Canadian foreign policy. While the Security Council was dealing with the issue of Suez, Canada quietly bided its time. However, once discussions were transferred to the General Assembly, Pearson made immediate plans to go to New York on November 1st. As an old UN hand, Pearson knew most of the representatives by name. He'd been a contender for the position of the Secretary General in 1945 and again in 1952, and his hard work over the years, including his tenure as the President of the General Assembly in 1952, had earned him the respect of most delegations. Canada, throughout the early 1950s, had also gained a reputation at the UN for objectivity and consensus building. In the early morning of November 2nd, the General Assembly passed a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire and the withdrawal of all troops from the Suez region. Canada was one of 6 notable abstentions on this vote, and Pearson reasoned that the resolution was inadequate in dealing with the essence of the crisis. As he explained the Canadian position to the General Assembly, he said, "The resolution does provide for a ceasefire, and I admit that that is of first importance and urgency, but it does not provide for any steps to be taken for a peace settlement. I therefore would have liked to have seen a provision in this resolution authorizing the Secretary General to make arrangements with member states for a United Nations force large enough to keep these borders at peace while the political situation is being worked out." This provided the basis for what became known as the Canadian Resolution. And while the Americans immediately signaled their support for the initiative, it was not an easy sell. Opinions in the General Assembly were diverse, and debates were often heated. Even Dag Hammarskjöld, the U.S. Secretary General, was by all accounts initially critical of the Canadian proposal and doubtful of any chance of success. Pearson was able to bring the Secretary General on side, and with the experienced Canadian diplomats in New York, Bert Mackay, Jeff Murray, John Holmes, Pearson took the lead in explaining the resolution to any and all who would listen. The resolution shrewdly avoided going into specifics, simply leaving the details of the force up to the Secretary General. It passed the General Assembly by a vote of 57-0 with 19 abstentions, and according to one observer, the resolution succeeded because the result was a set of general principles which pleased nobody 100%, but which everyone could, without too much reluctance, accept. This resolution ultimately brought about the creation of the United Nations Emergency Force, though the composition of the force was not what Pearson had originally envisioned. Canadian and political officials had originally recommended a sizable fighting force, about the size of the division, with tanks, infantry, fighter aircraft, and parachute elements. The reality is the state's sovereignty, however, dictated a much less robust force, with UNF coming in being the 6,000 strong, lightly armed force comprised from 10 nations. Canada's contribution of 1,000 troops formed the backbone of the operation. In the words of the Secretary General, UNF was designed to be paramilitary in nature, but not a force with military objectives. While UNF was left to languish in the desert, Pearson and his colleagues found themselves languishing in the opposition benches until they returned to form the government after the 1963 election. Within 2 months of taking up the reins of power, Pearson's government found themselves debating a new peacekeeping operation when a request was received to supply an air unit for a UN mission to be deployed to Yemen. Yemen at the time was in the throes of civil war, with Egypt and Saudi Arabia providing less than helpful influences. While the Department of National Defense and External Affairs held differing opinions on the value of Canadian participation, it was ultimately decided that Yemen itself had very little direct importance to Canada. However, the issue of continued peace in the Middle East was worthy of Canada's attention, both in terms of ameliorating the Cold War, but also in terms of safeguarding Canadian troops already serving in the region with UNF. In all, about 50 Air Force pilots and technicians served with the UN mission in Yemen for just over a year. Of more direct consequence to Canada was the eruption of tensions between Greece and Turkey over the island of Cyprus in early 1964. Cyprus was a fellow member of the Commonwealth, though perhaps more important to policymakers in Ottawa was the fact that Greece and Turkey were both members of NATO. When questioned in the House of Commons in February 1964 about a Canadian contribution to a mission in Cyprus, Prime Minister Pearson said it would be premature to speculate as the issue was still under discussion by the Security Council. Pearson did, however, outline 4 conditions that would have to be met before Canada would make a commitment. Those being that the force would first of all have to be under UN control, that it would have to be acceptable to the government of Cyprus, but also that the mission would actually be able to contribute to peace and stability in the area, and that it would not be of an indefinite duration. The lessons and realities learned from UNF with regard to state sovereignty and the need for peacemaking are apparent here. In reality, not all of these conditions were met. The fact that the peacekeeping mission in Cyprus is still going on today being the most obvious. The Pearson government was also concerned with the issue of peacekeeping finance, which preoccupied much of the United Nations' time in the mid-1960s, and the Canadian government did not want to get drawn into yet another long and costly peacekeeping operation that would be a further drain on limited Canadian resources. Geopolitical imperatives, however, ultimately helped sway the Pearson government's reaction. As Pearson himself recognized, he said, quote, "The stakes are high. Failure of the United Nations and the international community on this crisis will put in jeopardy the whole peacekeeping function of the United Nations, the function on which the whole concept and organization of the UN is based. The League of Nations received its death blow in Ethiopia. We must prevent the UN suffering the same fate through failure in Cyprus. Furthermore, armed conflict between 2 NATO members will end NATO in its present form." The importance of NATO was also recognized south of the border, and it was at this time that President Lyndon Johnson intervened personally, and he called Pearson to see if Canada couldn't take the lead in paving the way for a U.S. peacekeeping force. Johnson felt constrained by the Russians and Cold War realities, but Canada, he believed, was in a position to get the ball rolling. And it was with the arrival of the Canadian contingent in Cyprus on March 13, 1964, that the Secretary General reported that the Cyprus force was in being. While I am by no means asserting that Canada became involved in Cyprus simply because the U.S. asked us to, facilitating American-Canadian relations was yet another important aspect of serving the national interest, especially when one takes into account the quid pro quo of the Otto Pact, which was signed a few months later. By the mid to late 1960s, Canada was the largest contributor to UN peacekeeping. Peacekeeping had become one of a number of ways in which we were able to project ourselves on the international stage, gain international credibility and goodwill, and contribute to a peaceful international environment. All of these were pluses for Canada. The expulsion of UNF from Egypt in May 1967, however, sounded a wake-up call. Peacekeeping had become part of the national self-image, and when UNF was ordered to withdraw from Egyptian territory, and more specifically the Canadian contingent was singled out for immediate departure, a measure of self-doubt had the opportunity to creep into the Canadian psyche. Pearson sought to ensure that any doubts were short-lived, and he immediately reiterated Canada's steadfast support for the United Nations, and he promised Canadian participation in any future efforts to advance the interests of peace in the Middle East. Peacekeeping as it developed was a far cry from what Pearson had originally envisioned. Operations were not intended to be of indefinite fixtures on the landscape, but they were there to provide a temporary respite to allow for negotiation of the larger issues. Pearson regretted not insisting on a stronger mandate to deal with the underlying issues of the Arab-Israeli crisis in 1956, though at the time it would have delayed, if not derailed, the peacekeeping effort entirely. In each case, time was of the essence, lest the regional conflict escalate to include the superpowers. And the immediate cessation of hostilities was deemed by the international community to be more important than long-term stability. For Pearson, the lamentable factor was that peacekeeping did not lead to peacemaking. Thank you.
This is a case where we're not talking so much directly about Pearson, but one of the brilliant band people who assembled, that being Paul Hillier, for the unification of the Canadian Armed Forces between 1964 actually and 1968. And this really was a turning point in the development of the Canadian military. And it really determined the shape of the military for the last 50 years. The characteristic being the creation of a single chief of defense staff in place of 3 service chiefs, but more importantly served by a single defense headquarters of a system that extended, a unified system that extended right down into the operating level of the forces, with particularly complete unification of all of the support functions. Perhaps most important of all, unification and policies during the Pearson years led by Hillier led to a tremendous reduction in the Canadian military effort. And when Pearson came into power, the Defense Department was eating up about 5% of GDP, very large proportion of federal spending. By the time Pearson left power, it was ratcheting down towards 3% and really created the trend towards the 1% plus that it is today. In particular, the force went from being at peak strength of 124,000 regular personnel in 1963 when it came to power, down to just 100,000 at the end of the Pearson government, and which in the Trudeau years came down to around 80,000, which became the base mark, which more or less continues to this day. Now, the fascinating thing about unification is that I'm old enough to remember at the time, and it was seen as desperately radical at the time. And reviewing the record today, looking into the research on the health clinic for the last too many years, the key part of unification was a long time coming and had a deep and profound history in Canada, and everybody accepted it. The really hard part, and that is the creation of a single chief of defense and an integrated single defense staff, and the integration of all the support services. Everybody agreed on that. There's no question about it. And in fact, in going back to the literature, we're talking about it here because of some of the big practitioners here in the audience on the panel. Norm Hammer, Bob Boswell, Jack Bernstein. The initial and most important part of unification of the forces in 64 to 66, the creation of the single chief of defense staff, the integrated central staff, ran into no opposition at all. And the difficulties only arose in late in the game, in 1966, when Hillier personally said it had to go one further step, and that is to the legal abolition of the 3 armed forces, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, the recreation in legislation of 343 as a unified Canadian Armed Forces, and with a radical approach at the time, common uniform, common ranks. And this created enormous difficulties. Senior military who had supported the efficiencies achieved by integration said unification was symbolic, a step too far,
and would in fact create profound difficulties for the morale and efficiency of the Air Force. That exactly counter to the results that Hillary was trying to achieve. And so the controversy only really stirred up in 1966 and 1967. But nevertheless, Hilliard ramrodded it through, which itself is an astounding achievement, especially looking back from the perspective of 50 years. That he achieved so much in a 4-year tenure. He's truly one of the strongest defense ministers in human history. I thought, though, I'd give you just a little bit of background on why unification was such an obvious idea in 1964. And as the idea goes back, and it's a very liberal idea, right back to 1922, 1923, when Mackenzie King government is elected in December of 1921. And King had ran against the war record of the Borden conservative communist government. And King had promised deep economies for the military, even more rapid and complete demobilization of the First World War effort. And the result was the creation of the Department of National Defense in 1923, in which combined the old Department of Militia and Defense, the old Department of the Naval Service, and the Air Board, which was the genesis of the RCAF. The original concept was, in fact, to have a single chief of staff. This did not work out because I think partly there were weak ministers of defense, and secondly, they made an unfortunate choice. They said the chief of staff should be the chief of the general staff, an Army guy, Major General McBrien. He was not a very diplomatic character. He was a frontline hero from the trenches in the First World War, and he had a similar bureaucratic approach. More profoundly, I think, and this is a result of research just being done now, the Navy protested Army domination, but it turned out the Navy was right. Because the leading issue, much more than has been appreciated, military issue in the 1920s, was naval disarmament. And because of our membership in the NRA, Bob Boswell's leading us from this, we had a front seat in the International Naval Arms Limitations Conferences in the 1920s and 1930s. And it was a profound problem for Canada because the United States and Great Britain fell out over the issue of relations with Japan. This was terrifying, and for Canada, it really raised. There was real fears that there would be a war between Japan and the United States, with Britain remaining neutral and with the Americans occupying the western part of Canada to secure the routes between continental U.S. and Alaska. And I think it's for this reason that when we finally get a strong defense minister, Leighton Alston, in 1957, he names the head of the Navy a full-fledged chief of the naval staff. And in fact, this sets up the Chiefs of Staff Committee with strong leaders from the three armed forces. In the Second World War, the Department of National Defense is torn asunder for profoundly important reasons. And that is, Canada is a subordinate nation, and in the Second World War we make a massive effort. But it is three completely separate wars that we fight. The Air Force, of course, is training aircrew directly supporting the RAF. The Navy becomes involved in a way no one could have predicted in the Atlantic. And the Army is, again, an integral part of Commonwealth Army land forces in Northwest Europe. So after the war, it is a repeat scenario. Mackenzie King tries to do exactly as he did after the First World War. That is, he appoints a very strong single Minister of Defense. There were three Ministers of Defense, Air, Navy, and Air during the war. Brooke Claxton to try to pull things back together. Really, the 1930s then repeats itself. Claxton is just making good progress, and there's the Berlin blockade crisis in 1948-49, the creation of NATO, the Korean War, which leads to the creation of NATO military organizations, and all of the planning, all of the reality is to recreate the Western Alliance in the Second World War, with Canada again playing three roles, exactly the same roles as in the Second World War. This made sense at the time when Europe is prostrated and the Soviets are looking very, very aggressive. So it makes wonderful sense. It leads to the golden age of Canadian defense, which with current research is just as controversial as the discussions about the so-called golden age of Canadian foreign policy. There was a lot that didn't work. There was a hell of a lot of strain on the system. In the Diefenbaker years, everything falls apart. Claxton was successful because he was a strong minister and he had absolute confidence of the military leaders. Diefenbaker gets off, or rather the military gets off on the wrong foot when Charles Folks, the chair of the three chiefs of staff, foists the NORAD agreement that Diefenbaker embarrasses the government. There's a profound lack of trust. And of course, there is a changing world where it's become clear that the Canadian forces have to change from the Second World War configuration to nuclear warfare capability. It creates enormous controversies. There are even people in the military who say it's not worth spending this amount of money to supply a marginal increase in the massive U.S. nuclear arsenal. It just doesn't make any sense. And so, in fact, Hilliard was superb in years in opposition in picking up all of the dissatisfaction within the military and within the public, among his political colleagues, for a more efficient and lean defensive organization. And that's why I say it's absolutely natural when that's why he's able to pull together the white paper so quickly in '64 and get so much agreement. The longer term legacy is complex. I'm not going to dwell too long on it. Canada runs into a profound problem, and that is Pearson, in supporting the new lean Canadian Armed Forces, says, yes, but don't let down our allies. And our ally commitments, and Trudeau discovers this when Trudeau tries to do it in 68, 69, the alliance commitments are rather brittle. When Trudeau tries to get out of NATO, of course, he's told, your whole trade agenda hangs on this. So the situation we've been left with is post-Pearson, diminished defense budgets, but still those lingering alliance commitments, never enough money to create the Hilliard and the military vision of an integrated, highly mobile, Canadian mobile force, whether to do peacekeeping and peace enforcement missions. And in many ways, issues aren't really settled until post-Cold War, when, very interestingly, it's conservative government who've always held NATO as sacrosanct, who as soon as the Cold War ends and we run into a government revenue crisis, pulls out of NATO like that instantly, and then discovers the world isn't that simple. The NATO forces wind up going into the former Yugoslavia, and peace enforcement requires exactly the same sort of forces that the military and Hilliard had envisioned in the 60s. And arguably, these are finally created, and Minister Graham can probably speak a little more about this, for the intervention in Afghanistan, which I would argue in many ways is the fulfillment of the Pearson and Clinton vision.
Then our next panelist is I hate to use the sort needs no introduction. These are very long. I want to pull a praise for his daughter, so let's pull it. Well, thanks, Alan. It's most enlightening also to listen to Mike and Roger.
Can't hear. Can't
This-
hear.
I'm speaking right into the microphone, but I can advance to the front of the podium if you like. This is where I lecture, and the acoustics in this room are excellent. I too suffer from deafness, so I'm sorry. The question of Pearson and Vietnam is one that brings out not just the Cold War, but larger issues of Canadian foreign policy and the continuity of foreign policy. Let's not forget that Pearson goes back in the civil service to the 1920s. His experience goes back a decade before that to World War I. Pearson is in many respects a creature of the war and the immediate post-war period in the 1920s. And that was difficult for Canadian foreign relations historians to try and work because we were preoccupied for so very long with the Cold War.
You know, the Cold War explained everything. The Cold War had always been here. The Cold War would always be here. Things only had relevance insofar as they related to the Cold War. And it's only later, when you look at the actual configuration of Canadian foreign policy, how it was conducted, and that was very appropriate for Pearson as a professional diplomat, that you really do see that there are older and longer traditions that go back to the founders of Canada's foreign relations and the shapers of how it was actually conducted. We could go back to Sir Wilfrid Laurier, of course, who was the Prime Minister under whom the Department of External Affairs was created. We could go back to that other founder of Canadian diplomacy, William Howard Taft, President of the United States. Quite seriously. Because Taft is the guy who sets up the International Joint Commission. And the International Joint Commission is Canada's first really serious expedition in foreign affairs. And it is a mixture of international law and a form of international diplomacy that I would argue is very characteristic of how Canada tries to approach the rest of the world. And it's therefore something that someone like Pearson, who after all had to serve in the U.S. division or U.S. aspect of the Department of External Affairs, would be familiar with. And you find it when we get to, believe it or not, Vietnam. So when I look at Pearson and Vietnam, I see someone who approaches the subject from a variety of perspectives. One, he is a professional foreign service officer. He's a professional diplomat. What do professional diplomats do? What is their mindset? How do they conduct themselves? Well, I think you find that in Canada's approach initially to the International Commission of Control and Supervision in Vietnam. Now, you might also take a look at Pearson's, how could one put it, professional deformation, political deformation. Now, Roger has mentioned Paul Hellyer, and Paul Hellyer, of course, is very senior, Liberal MP, first elected in 1949. And there's another senior Liberal MP who's involved in this story, and that is Paul Martin. Paul Martin had been elected in 1935. More important than that, he had been Pearson's student here at the University of Toronto. I should add, in a parenthesis, that Pearson was hired by the University of Toronto because the price was right. They looked at Pearson and they thought, yes, he comes from Oxford, the fundamental qualification for all historians. But the second was that he got, well, a second at Oxford, and therefore he was cheap. Because he was paid so badly at the University of Toronto, he left the U of T and joined the Department of External Affairs, instantly doubling his salary and making possible the feeding of his family. So Pearson never forgot the practicalities of diplomacy, and actually the practicalities of diplomacy also shaped Canada's approach to the ICC. So Pearson in the Saint Laurent cabinet, and by the way, Pearson's a member of 3 cabinets, Mackenzie King, Saint Laurent, and his own. Pearson in the Saint Laurent cabinet has the extraordinary advantage, I think it's the only time in Canadian history, when the Prime Minister of Canada is not an egomaniac. And Saint Laurent disliked foreign travel, he disliked summits, and he was quite happy to hand the formulation of policy over to Lester Pearson, who in fact had been his deputy minister when Saint Laurent was Minister of External Affairs. So when we look at how Canada gets into Vietnam, how Canada is associated with Vietnam, we should bear these fundamentals in mind. Now, it's 1954. The Korean War is wound down. There is a conference in Geneva. Canada had been a participant in the UN force in Korea. Canada is naturally in Geneva. But there are other events happening in 1954, such as the surrender of the French army at Dien Bien Phu in May of that year, which created an instant crisis and an addition to the conference in Geneva. However, Canada, having completed its business over Korea, had sailed away. These were the days of luxury liners crossing the Atlantic, a few days out from the office and living in a style that you could never otherwise be accustomed to. So off they went, and only to find that there was a call from Anthony Eden when they got back to Ottawa. And Anthony Eden, who was a friend of Pearson's and of course Britain's foreign secretary, Anthony Eden wanted Canada to be a member of a control commission, a truce supervisory commission in effect, in Vietnam and Indochina as a whole. There'd be three of these. So it's one of those cases where Pearson really doesn't want to do it, but Eden reasons with it, more or less like this. And, you know, I mean, you don't want the peace of the world to fall apart just because of Canada, always an effective argument. So Pearson goes to Saint Laurent and says, you don't want the peace of the world to fall apart. So they very reluctantly agree. They summon the deputy minister, who was Jules Léger, and they perform the essential preliminary, which is to figure out how to conceal the cost in the budget. Seriously. So, you can tell that this had the full support and consent of the peace-loving Canadian people. So then they selected a staff for this. It was the other two members of the commission were Poland and India. Canada was representing Western interests. The Americans had preferred Belgium, but Belgium was A, colonial power, B, right next door to France, its giant neighbor, and C, not much liked by India, which suggested Canada instead. So Canada, which had the support of India and China, Red China, was named as the Canadian rep. And in setting it up, Pearson gave a lot of attention. Now, it's hard, you know, when you're an historian and you're going through the documents and you're reading all these memos that are signed by someone, the minister. Well, you know, the odds are the minister has barely seen the document, and actually, in the days of...
Not true, Bob.
The Afghan Truce Commission later. Anyway, so Pearson is really unusual. I mean, this document has Pearson written all over it. I mean, quite literally, because, you know, for those who are too young to remember typewriters and pens and stuff like that, Pearson actually went over the draft very, very carefully. So it's really one of the few state documents from Pearson's time as External Affairs Minister when you can be absolutely sure that this is the minister's thought. And the minister instructs Brigadier Lett, who is the senior Canadian on the delegation, that he is to conduct himself, and the phrase is, with judicial impartiality. So there are two things here at work. Number one, Canada is an allied country. We are a committed Western power. And sure, we are representing generally Western interests. However, Pearson knows that something like the ICC actually has to function. And you know, unlike John Foster Dulles or people like that. He has sat on these bodies and he knows how they work. And that's really important. He's a professional diplomat and he understands exactly how you get along with the other guys sitting around the table. I mean, that is important. So what Pearson does is instruct the Canadians that they are to keep their mind on the job. The job is specified in the Geneva Agreements of 1954, and that they have to work with the Poles and the Indians, and they do. Much to the discontent of the Americans, and to some degree, the disappointment of the French. Although the French were so far down at that point, it looked like up to them. So the Canadian delegation on the ICC is working in some respects the way Canadian delegations, Canadian members of the International Joint Commission would work. And I think the IJC example is really remarkably important here. So when I look at Canada's performance on the ICC, yes, it is a function of the Cold War. Yes, the circumstances are dictated by communism versus capitalism, but also there is something specific that Canada could bring to the table. And we have the great good fortune that one of the Polish delegates actually wrote a memoir. Now, this guy was a devoted communist, long-term worshiper of the Comintern and all the rest of that stuff. And of course, that was the only condition on which he could be a Polish delegate. However, he was also Jewish, and the Polish Communist Party had a purge of Jews as unreliable cosmopolitans. Out he went, ended up at the Hoover Institute, and wrote his memoirs, thank God. Anyway, there's a whole paragraph, a whole page, it's much more than usual in international affairs, devoted to Canada. And he said, you wouldn't believe it, but the Canadians actually took it seriously. They were fair. They were repeatedly fair. They often investigated matters that went against their own side's interest. They really tried to make it work. And then he went on to say that he remembered with great affection the Canadian delegate Cox and how Cox embodied the best characteristics of Western, or not Western, Canadian diplomacy. So, in a funny way, the customer liked the service. And I have to say that when I read that, I realized that, yes, that was the point. Now, the object in 1954 was to get out of there in 2 years. And the evidence is pretty clear that Pearson hoped strongly, at any rate, that this would not be an unending job. As Mike pointed out, Pearson began to get worried. This is one reason. And I think that what you get in 1954 to 56 is a battle between Canada and the United States on this issue. Now here, the evidence fails us. And I don't think the evidence will ever really tell us what happened. I did interview Dr. Far East in the Department of External Affairs, Arthur Menzies. And Arthur, on that day, and Alan will remember this, Arthur was coy. I mean, can you believe Arthur being coy? And he said, well, of course you're familiar with the meeting between Dulles and Pearson. And I sort of thought, what should I say? Shall I lie? So I lied. Hoping that he would then come forth. No, he didn't. He said, and you can. But he said, I remember standing outside the door. Dulles was up in Ottawa on one of the periodic American visits. And I remember the shouting outside. This must have been the end of 55 or the beginning of 56. And I'm virtually certain that the subject was elections in Vietnam. That's in the Geneva Agreements of 54. Canada took it seriously. Obviously, that was on Pearson's mind. And we even appointed an expert in elections. Not Paul Martin, who actually was an expert in elections, but a professor who studied elections, Don Smiley. And poor old Don got shipped out to Vietnam to live on the mosquitoes and the stagnant water and acquire malaria and other such job benefits. But also his salary doubled his UT salary. Anyway, you know, Don's presence sort of signified to me that, yeah, I mean, they really took this seriously. And there's a big dispute. I would say it is partly Canadian-American, but it's really between the professionals and the politicians. The politicians, represented by John Foster Dulles, who foolishly, very foolishly, agreed to abrogate or to forget about, I think it'd be fair to say, the elections provision and to support instead the government of Ngo Dinh Diem. As the Americans said, sink or swim with Ngo Dinh Diem. And after that, of course, it was sinking all the way. Now, Pearson is associated with Vietnam in two governments. One, the Saint Laurent government, that period, comes back in '63 with Paul Martin as his Minister for External Affairs. And I think it'd be fair to say that Pearson regarded Martin with two characteristics: affection and exasperation. And most people regarded Martin with a mixture of those qualities. With many of them, the exasperation part was really very high, the affection very low. Those would be the Americans. And with Pearson, there was always this feeling, oh, Paul. You know, you can just imagine Pearson sort of saying that. So it was. The other thing that had happened, of course, like I mentioned, is the Nobel Prize. So we get peacekeeping, Nobel Prize, Paul Martin. And there's old Paul, who, of course, wants the Nobel Prize. And everybody is aware of it. So, unfortunately, Canadian diplomacy on this issue and several others during this period is handicapped by the peculiar characteristics of cabinet politics in Canada. The Americans in this period are governed by Lyndon B. Johnson. Johnson is deciding whether to go into Vietnam with the full strength of the American military. And it is at this period that Blair Seaborn is sent to North Vietnam as part of his regular duties on the ICC and to try and avert what was really promising to be an inevitable clash between North Vietnam and the United States. And that doesn't work. This is one of those essentially hopeless enterprises, although some Americans very much hoped that it would work. And at the same time, Vietnam becomes a huge political issue at home. Always the foreign minister's nightmare, always the diplomat's nightmare, that all of this would become vividly important in Canadian politics. Paul Martin is shouted down at an election meeting in Vancouver by anti-Vietnam demonstrators. Here at the University of Toronto, we have, you know, Michael Ignatieff and Bob Gray trotting around in various radical guises. And yes, is that time or is that censorship, Alan? There we are. I've given Blair enough rope to hang me later.
Achievements to the President's PhD and has been doing research in one parts of
Marcel Kadzir was a proud Quebecer. He was an even prouder Canadian. As Under-Secretary of State for External Affairs between 1964 and 1970, he played a crucial role in shaping the Pearson government's response to the Gaullist challenge. To him, those 4 words in 1967, "Vive le Québec libre," were a call to arms. In 1973, the combative Kadzir told a former French ambassador to Canada that the Prime Minister should have thrown de Gaulle in jail and demanded an apology. Did he mean it? No. But he was always a passionate Canadian, and he was passionate about his convictions. Between 1964 and 68, Kadzir was invaluable to the Pearson government. Faced with a France-Quebec relationship that he saw as both narrow and dangerous, he spared no effort to preserve Canadian unity and to defend the Canadian Constitution. Kadzir's appointment as Deputy Minister in 1964 proved that French Canadians could have a career in the Federal Civil Service and reach the top. He joined the Department of External Affairs in 1941 when the bureaucracy and the city that housed it was Anglophone to the core. For a young Quebecois, it was not enough to speak and to write in English. You had to think in that accursed language as well. In Kadzir's early years, Ottawa had only one redeeming quality: the Saturday train to Montreal. Escape was always too brief. On Monday morning, seeing the spires and turrets of Parliament, he was overcome by dread. He was part of a world whose language he had not mastered and whose inner workings seemed Byzantine. Yet he persevered, in time, becoming one of French Canada's most influential advocates in Ottawa. Kadzir took a special interest in recruiting francophones to external affairs, but they had to see it as an honor. When in 1949, for example, Pierre Trudeau met him sporting a raffish beard and wearing sandals, Kadzir was not impressed. Pearson appointed Kadzir Deputy Minister in 1964, but they had never been close. The Prime Minister may have had doubts about the promotion, given Kadzir's fierce anti-communism and his tendency to see the world in black and white terms. Kadzir had doubts of his own. He worried that Pearson neither spoke French nor understood Quebec society. Quebec was in the throes of rapid and intense change. In the heady atmosphere of the Quiet Revolution, Kadzir warned that token gestures like the Diefenbaker government's bilingual checks and simultaneous translation in the House of Commons were insufficient. By 1963, the issue of national unity had become explosive. Voices in Quebec began to call for secession, while a noisy minority detonated bombs to achieve it. The incoming Pearson government promised action: a royal commission to study bilingualism and biculturalism, an effort to revise the Constitution, and a new foreign policy with special emphasis on relations with France. This last goal greatly excited Kadzir, who had dedicated his career to national unity. Would not becoming more French make the country more truly Canadian? It was a beautiful dream, but it soon became a nightmare. Faced with the decline of France and of French throughout the world, de Gaulle turned not to Canada, but to Quebec. In his view, this island of French in a sea of English could be saved. Canada, by contrast, was what it had always been, an appendage of the United States. How else, de Gaulle reasoned, to explain the Pearson government's refusal to sell uranium to France without controls, or Air Canada's preference for US-made aircraft over French ones? In January 1964, however, when Pearson and Paul Martin visited de Gaulle in Paris, the chill had not yet descended. Kadzir, who was there, was struck by de Gaulle's imposing stature. The general was taller and heavier than he had imagined. his features less intelligent than he had expected to find in the former leader of the French resistance and the famous author. His neck, and even the back of his head, seemed muscle-bound, making him look, Khedzr thought, more like a Turkish wrestler. Yet de Gaulle was impressive. Speaking without notes, he lucidly summarized a day's worth of discussions, point by point. Khedzr was an awe. For a man almost 75 years old, de Gaulle was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Quebec's movement towards France was accelerating. For the liberal government of Jean Lesage, it was not enough to reform the education system, to nationalize electricity, and to have a pension plan of its own. To survive, Quebec's language and culture needed oxygen from abroad, and France was only too happy to supply the tank. In 1961, Quebec opened a general delegation in Paris. In 1964 and 65, France and Quebec signed education and cultural agreements. Senior officials met to explore new areas of cooperation. In April of 65, Quebec upped the stakes. Paul Jarret-Lajoie, the education minister, challenged the federal government's jurisdiction in foreign affairs. He claimed the provinces were free to act abroad and even to sign treaties in areas where they had constitutional control. France helped to raise Quebec's international profile. It received its premier with the pomp and ceremony generally given head of state, while it shunned the Canadian ambassador and federal ministers. De Gaulle ignored protocol and began his visit to Expo 67, not in Ottawa, but in Quebec City. After his Vive le Québécois, French ministers pointedly avoided Ottawa, but appeared frequently in Quebec to announce new ventures with the province. From 1964 on, Khedzr could only watch as Canada became the jilted party in a transatlantic love triangle. De Gaulle's ideas struck him as flawed and contradictory. The general spoke, for example, of how a free Quebec would rush into the arms of France. Khedzr asked, was the province to exchange one master for another? And what of de Gaulle's claim that Canada, having failed to treat its French population fairly, threatened it with cultural extinction? This was news to Khedzr. At the time of the conquest in 1763, there were 60,000 French Canadians. There were now 6.5 million French Canadians, who, according to de Gaulle himself, were more French than ever. So much for extinction. As France's interference in Canada grew, Khedzr became angry. He called de Gaulle a bandit, a lunatic, and a fanatic, but only in his diary. He blamed others too, the Gaullist politicians who parroted their leaders' views, the clutch of French officials who dealt with Quebec behind his back, and his own province, which played a dangerous game with a foreign power. Khedzr was a fighter, and he wanted to strike back. He looked into whether Canada could bring France before the International Court. He wondered whether trouble might be stirred up on the French islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique. And he fantasized that the next time a French minister set foot in Quebec without warning, he would be stopped at the airport and put on the next plane back to Paris. Indignant that France courted Quebec so brazenly, the scrappy Khedzr summoned the French ambassador and told him this cautionary tale. If a person approached a man known to be a cuckold and said that sleeping with another man's wife was a good thing, that nervy fellow should not be surprised to get a punch in the nose. Despite his active imagination, Khedzr was a realist. He saw that the Gaullist interference in Quebec threatened nothing less than Canada's constitution. With French help, the province was undermining the federal government's prerogative in foreign affairs. It was all eerily reminiscent of how Canada had achieved independence from Great Britain in the 1920s and 30s. One by one, the links had been broken. Only Quebec was now severing ties with Canada, and much faster. This was a legal battle, and so Khedzr placed the legal division of external affairs on the front lines. He also named Alan Gottlieb, his protege and an expert on international law, as his special advisor on federal-provincial relations. Unable to end Quebec's relationship with France, Ottawa moved to contain the province's international ambitions. Education and cultural accords might be signed, but their authority would derive from a prior exchange of letters or umbrella agreement between France and Canada. To the Jamais la Joie doctrine, which stated that what Quebec controlled at home, it controlled abroad, Quetzier's opposition was firm. He saw it as a thinly veiled declaration of independence, and he insisted that Paul Martin tell Pearson so. When Quebec sought to administer Canada's aid program in French-speaking Africa, Quetsier refused outright. Provincial delegates to international conferences might be allowed, but not separate participation in bodies like UNESCO or the World Health Organization. When France continued to deal directly with Quebec, Quetsier ordered Jules Léger, the ambassador in Paris, to give French officials a refresher course on international law and non-intervention. Léger was a reluctant lecturer. He warned Ottawa not to be too legalistic and suggested that Canada bide its time until de Gaulle left the stage. Quetsier deplored this strategy. Silence, in his view, implied consent. By failing to object, Canada tacitly accepted Quebec's international status. Why wait for de Gaulle to leave power if by that time the Constitution were in shreds? When Canada was forced to retreat from certain positions, Quetsier ensured that it did so slowly, contesting every inch. As Pearson's time in office neared its end, Quetsier had mixed feelings. The federal house was still standing, he wrote privately, but it was in bad shape. The Prime Minister had seemed willing to compromise on points of principle. In 1966, for example, he had allowed the Quebec Premier to meet alone with the French Foreign Minister on Canadian soil. In 1967, he had failed to insist that de Gaulle begin his visit in London. Yet Quetsier may have been overly critical. As a bureaucrat and a red-hot federalist, he wanted to pitch camp and wage war on every front. But politics is the art of the possible. The Pearson government had to function, after all, within minority parliaments. As it tried to engage the rest of the country in a dialogue with Quebec and France, some of its French-Canadian ministers stumbled and became embroiled in scandals. And after the June 1966 election in Quebec, it no longer faced a fellow Liberal, Jean Lesage, but rather Daniel Johnson of the Union Nationale. The new premier was notoriously hard to pin down. Equivocal and opportunistic, he constantly oscillated between the twin poles of his slogan, égalité ou indépendance, equality or independence. The Pearson government was also divided, particularly in the aftermath of de Gaulle's visit. On the issue of Quebec and France, there were hawks, there were doves, and there was Paul Martin. Privately, the Secretary of State for External Affairs agreed with Quetsier's position, but because it made him unpopular in Quebec, he took the road of least resistance. All things considered, it is remarkable that in 1968, the twilight of its mandate, the Pearson government took two of its firmest decisions. First, it published a white paper which refused to compromise on the essential principle that Canada spoke with only one voice in the world. Second, when the African country of Gabon, at the behest of France, excluded Canada from a conference of Francophone education ministers and invited Quebec instead, the Pearson government suspended relations with it. Both decisions, which Quetsier had pushed for, were shots across the bow, and the nationalists in Quebec and their allies in France knew it. Nor was the Pearson government's strategy merely defensive. Supported by an eager Quetsier, it opened new embassies in French-speaking Africa. It increased aid to the region from a paltry $300,000 in 1961 to more than $10 million by 1967. And it took an early and active interest in the emerging international organization of La Francophonie. Here was tangible proof that the federal government, far from being an Anglophone preserve, could and did represent Canada's bicultural heritage to the world. To Quebec nationalists, Marcel Quetsier was a self-loathing French-Canadian. They argued that the federal system needed only to be more flexible and that everything would be fine if Quetsier were dismissed. But the Pearson government stood behind him. For his part, Quetsier sensed that many of his opponents in Quebec were crypto-separatists. When some of his foes in the provincial bureaucracy became candidates for the Parti Québécois in the 1970s, he felt vindicated. But his greatest triumph was helping Canada to weather de Gaulle's storm. Marcel Couture ensured that when de Gaulle declared Vive le Québec libre, the Pearson government replied with 4 words of its own: Vive le Canada uni. Thank you.
I think that takes us up to our coffee break. Yes, we're right on time. So, Sandra is not there. We're breaking, and we'll come back here in 15 minutes. Program, several commentators who, and they've already delivered their remarks for 3 minutes. I tried. 5 minutes. And if there is any time left over, I hope there is, we can look at a few questions on the floor. And so we will begin now, and the commentators are Susan Honorable Walter McLean, who was Secretary of State in the 1980s and government. And Norman Kilmer, historian, accompanying him at the Secretary, and Claire Seaborn, a former official of the Department of External Affairs. Environment. So we'll turn now and we'll start with Walter McLean.
Thank you, Raoul. When John English approached me, I said, you need a token photo. I said, I go by the name Token Progressive. John asked me to make some personal recollections about Mr. Pearson and the Pearson family. The program is slightly in error. My father was a student of Lester Pearson here, a pre-divinity student at University College when Mr. Pearson was teaching the illusions that was being made. At that time, my father said he took some interest in me because his father, a clergyman, he had that background and some sensitivity. And the legacy I received from my father was that Mike Pearson brought a worldview, and as a churchman, he cherished that worldview. As president of the Students' Administrative Council, the Students' Council here at the University of Toronto, it was my responsibility to hold the football for the official kickoff of the Varsity Blues game. When the leader of the opposition came here in 1959-60, he took an interest in the fact, as we talked before the kickoff, that I was about to graduate from Knox College, and again raised with me the matter of his father being a minister, and I reminded him that my father was a minister and a product of his teaching. As I walked by Varsity Stadium on the way down this morning and looked at the field and the changes there, I'm reminded of that kickoff. A good athlete, he kicked the ball very well. And my souvenir was a splash of mud as he was hurried off by handlers. Later, in student political life, as president of the Canadian Union of Students, NIFCUS, as some of you may recall, in 61, 62, I was resident in Ottawa, often attended question period when Mr. Pearson and Diefenbaker sparred. I had won the presidency on the pledge to encourage 2 years of voluntary service overseas for graduating students. I joined with others in co-founding CUSO. And having recruited over 50 students across Canada to newly funded CUSO, we were faced with the dilemma of no staff and no financial resources, and eager people to go abroad. The Pearson government agreed to transport the first volunteers overseas using Canadian forces and describing it as a training exercise. The Presbyterian Church, to which I was indebted, agreed to pay my salary and seconded me as West African coordinator, and I started living in Nigeria and covering Ghana. From that period and that initiative, between 1962 and 67, the beginning of the Biafra War, we went from 7 when I arrived to over 90 volunteers as teachers, medical workers, and agriculture in Nigeria alone. January 1966, Mr. Pearson arrived on the Canadian Forces plane to attend the Commonwealth Leaders meeting in Nigeria, just before the first military coup. As he was welcomed by protocol and officials, he was startled to see his luggage passing by, which included a baby's potty, a high chair, and a stroller. Barbara and I had been in Canada for the birth of our second son, Shima, and we were faced with the challenge of excess luggage. In the 1967 centennial, Mr. Pearson was insistent that there be an international dimension to the Canadian Centennial celebration, which was being directed by, as you will recall, John Fisher. Duncan Edmonds, who had worked with Mr. Pearson and Mr. Martin, invited me to return from Nigeria to co-direct the Centennial International Development Program. With the help of a small staff, modest budget, but the support from the Governor General, the government and all parties, and provinces and municipalities, we pioneered the Miles for Millions walks in every major city across the country, and we had community teach-ins led by Barbara Ward and the Governor General Roland Mitchell and others. Nearly $750,000 in $67 were raised for Oxfam, UNICEF, CARE, and other NGOs. Following the cooperative partnerships developed during the centennial, NGOs gathered to form the Canadian Council of International Cooperation, CCIC as we know it. Mr. Pearson, then retired from the Prime Ministership, prepared a report for the UN entitled Partnerships in Development, advocating an ODA level of 0.7. At one point with Mr. Pearson, we were discussing how to implement his proposals. I was particularly stressed by the lack of action in relation to the Canadian response to the genocide taking place in the Nigeria-Biafra Civil War. After yet another outburst and impatience on my part, Mr. Pearson gently admonished me, "Mr. McLean, raise your sights a little lower." Being a native of Victoria, I have appreciated the Pearson College and its legacy. Also, that was particularly important to the second director, Hamish Simpson, the best man, and so I shared with him the excitement of that international project in Mr. Pearson's name. This led to a friendship with Jeffrey Pearson and Landa, Hillary, Catherine, and Michael. One final note, during my 7 years as a parliamentary delegate to the UN General Assembly, and as the Prime Minister's representative for African Commonwealth Affairs after leading the cabinet, I have found at the UN and in international organizations a profound appreciation for the Pearson legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Even though the historian in me knows better, this latest Pearson conference fills me full of nostalgia. Nostalgia for a time of fresh ideas and political activism, for a government that was productive and progressive, for a time when there was a federal government where ministers were a force in their own right, and for colorful times, sometimes excruciatingly colorful times, but never bland times. But it didn't seem that way as the Pearson government struggled to its tired end in 1968. A poll taken then showed that fully 70% of Canadians could not name a single positive Pearson accomplishment over the last 5 years. Scholars with time on their side have seen it differently. Pearson's reputation has been steadily rising. In 2011, when Stephen Atsey and I asked the largest number of experts ever surveyed on the subject to rank Canadian prime ministers, Pearson stood fourth, edging ever closer to the greats, Laurier, King, and MacDonald. The experts ranked Prime Minister Pearson the second most effective foreign policy leader in the country's history. The same experts, however, who were very clear about milestones in domestic and especially social policy, were vague about his achievements in external affairs. Only a few highlighted successes in diplomacy, and the small number of respondents who mentioned Pearson's foreign policy offered only generalized comments about his international and internationalist credentials, or keeping Canada out of Vietnam, or maybe paradoxically, improving Canada-US relations. Even though Professor Atsey and I asked the rankers not to consider periods when prime ministers did not hold that office, respondents repeatedly raised the Suez Crisis and the invention of peacekeeping as part of Mr. Pearson's prime ministerial legacy. What might help, I think, is a careful, comprehensive, and scholarly examination of Pearson's foreign policy. We know so much from the research of Professors Bothwell, English, and Granitstein, and that of Greg Donaghy, who is about to supplement his study of Canada-US relations in the Pearson era with a biography of Paul Martin Sr., and I suspect he will give a rather more balanced view than we heard this morning. Yet, still, so little is known, even by those experts we polled. A targeted study of Pearson foreign policy would overcome the understandable temptation to concentrate on the golden years of the 1940s and 50s, build upon and bring together the work already done, and dig into the archives to get at the unknown corners of the Pearson record. It would search for coherence, or perhaps for deliberate incoherence, since, as Jeffrey Pearson and Alan Gottlieb have argued, Mike Pearson was not one for exercises in foreign policy planning. The foreign policy of a secondary power, he always said, was to be made according to the moment and according to the circumstance. A study like this, a targeted study, would be along the lines of the Bothwell-Granitstein book, Pirouette, on Trudeau foreign policy. Now, the presentations we listened to this morning expose some of the most important foreign policy and related defense policy challenges faced by the Pearson government. They reveal for me intersections. The intersection of Cold War foreign policy with defense policy, and then of those issues with the radically altered conditions at home. The intersection of advice, advocacy, and political action. The intersection between internationalism and nationalism, the national interest and national unity. and the intersection between a prime minister and a foreign minister and the foreign minister that Pearson was, and to some extent remained in the 1960s. Note that Mr. Pearson did not try to be his own defense minister. So let me, by way of conclusion, mention that in Rogers' speaking notes, he writes of the role played by the new military of the 1960s in the building of a new nationality, and that Michael Carroll acknowledged, while playing it down very considerably, the importance of peacekeeping and peacekeeping idealism in the consolidation of an internationalist Canadian self-image. That suggests to me one last interaction between foreign and defense policy and the brand of Pearsonian liberalism stamped on Canadian life. I liked that Canada. Others did not. And the result is everywhere to be seen in Mr. Harper's Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and now I'll call on
Thank you, Ambassador Gottlieb. In recent years, Lester Pearson has been criticized by scholars of divergent historiographical and ideological leanings. Some on the right, at least one of them plugged into the current government, have chastised him for allegedly neglecting ties of tradition and interest with our major allies in favor of a naive near pacifism and devotion to an artificial Canadian national identity. Some on the left have attacked Pearson as an unreconstructed Cold Warrior, all too eager to follow the American lead and spurn diplomacy in favor of force. Today's presentations provide a healthy corrective to both caricatures. They put my own gloss on Professor Carroll's categories. They give us a Pearson who was an idealistic pragmatist, and the order of noun and modifier very much matters in this case. Pache both his critics on the right and his own more dewy-eyed admirers, Pearson does seem to have been driven primarily by calculations of Canadian and alliance interest, and by clear-eyed judgments about the balance of forces on the ground, whether in Suez or in Vietnam. He was only secondarily the vindicator of the soggy platitudes of UN resolutions. Pache his critics on the left, he was keenly aware of the ease with which force could elude control and of the limits of imperial or quasi-imperial power. I would like to raise a couple of questions for consideration without at all prejudging the answers. Reviewing a collection of Pearson's public statements some 45 years ago, Robert Fulford characterized his rhetoric as woolly and vacuous. If Pearson occasionally sought refuge in banality, perhaps it was because he could misstep badly when he risked more substantive utterance. In other words, if he was clear-eyed about the big picture, he could be maladroit in articulating and thus to some degree in executing policy. Consider his most famous public comment made during the debate over Suez about the supermen of Europe having had their day. This remark helped inflame the backlash against government policy and harmed the government standing with some of the electorate. It fits Michael Kinsley's classic definition of a gaffe in politics, inadvertent statement of the truth. Consider also Pearson's April 1965 speech at Temple University proposing a suspension of American bombing of North Vietnam. He does seem not to have quite fully anticipated the ferocity or the enduring bitterness of Lyndon Johnson's reaction. As my colleague John English's admirable biography points out, Pearson was advised to clear the speech with Washington in advance by both the experienced Ambassador Charles Ritchie and that most intuitive of politicians, Paul Martin, and he didn't. Arguably, his choice of time and place could scarcely have been worse. His speech came at the close of that period of reappraisal in American policy that led to a stepped-up commitment in Vietnam. It came after LBJ, at least in his own mind, had done Canada a favor by pushing ahead with the Auto Pact. And it came weeks after Undersecretary of State George O had shelved a speech critical of some Canadian policies in response to Ottawa's objections. Under these circumstances, LBJ was certain to see Pearson as not only siding with his domestic critics, but displaying rank ingratitude. And this at least raises the question, the answer to which does remain open, of whether this diplomat whose rise owed quite a bit to his reputation for understanding the Americans and being able to work with them, if he did not have some blind spots in his understanding of them, blind spots that could play him calamitously false when he did not avail himself of the corrective vision others tried to provide. Thank you.
I shall not attempt to repeat the broad sweeping Canadian policy in Vietnam, which is ably done by Bob Bothwell. I'd like just to speak to you briefly as a practitioner in that area in Vietnam, what is sometimes too grandly called diplomacy. In the months after the fall of South Vietnam, President Ngo Dinh Diem, late in '63, the Americans had become increasingly concerned about the role the North was playing in the growing insurgency in the south of that country. South Vietnamese government was in turmoil. Its army was not very effective, despite the help of American advisors and some logistical support. Washington foresaw the possibility of the collapse of the Republic of Vietnam and the takeover of the communists. Unwilling to abandon its wobbly ally, but apprehensive about getting heavily involved in more direct military action, Washington decided to explore the possibility of an accommodation between North and South Vietnam. Would Canada be willing to convey a message to Hanoi to make clear the U.S. position and determination, and to seek to ascertain the North Vietnamese reaction? Mr. Pearson and Mr. Martin agreed in principle, and officials worked out the wording of this message, the first of many attempts by many intermediaries over the subsequent few years to establish a dialogue between the USA and the North Vietnam. The gist of the message which the new Canadian Commissioner of the International Control Commission was to convey was as follows. If the North would cease its support and direction of the insurgency in the South, and accept the continuing existence of the non-communist regime in the South, the USA could accept the continued existence of the communist regime in the North, and would even be willing to give it material aid for its development. If, however, the North would not accept these terms, the USA would be obliged to support its ally, South Vietnam, and to take whatever measures were necessary to prevent the collapse and its takeover of the North. I headed for Vietnam with this message shortly after my arrival in Saigon in June of 1964, and met with Prime Minister Pham Thanh Dong to give him the American message. Yet after 2 meetings with him that summer, and 3 other subsequent meetings in the following months with much lesser beings than Pham Thanh Dong, it became quite clear that the Canadian channel, which was while still open, was leading to no results. The government of North Vietnam was not willing to abandon its allies in the insurgency in the south, nor its goal of eventual reunification of North Vietnam under Hanoi's control. It considered that it could withstand anything the Americans might throw at it, and that eventually the Americans would have to pull out of Vietnam due to political pressures at home. And in the end, they were right. In the brief time available, I'll just make a couple of observations about my interlocutor role in Vietnam. Observation number 1 is this. It is, I think, essential to recognize that my mission took place in the middle of the Cold War between East and West. A very real thing, despite some correctly humorous remarks made by Bob Bothwell. The same Soviet takeover of Eastern Europe, the establishment of the People's Republic of China, Korean War, building of the Berlin Wall, all these led to major concerns about the expansion of communism in the world, especially into the Third World. In starkest terms, it was thought that we faced potentially armed confrontation between the Americans and their allies, and the USSR and Communist China. The US government, rightly or wrongly, expected that the fall of South Vietnam to the communists would lead to a domino effect, so-called, in other countries in the region, many of them weak and poor. The general atmosphere of confrontation must be recognized as shaping strongly the attitudes and decisions of the USA and frankly of most of the countries allied with it during that period. The Communist Alliance had much the same mindset, in spite of the rhetoric about peaceful coexistence. Observation number 2. Was Canada naive or worse in agreeing to conduct a mission to Hanoi? Was it duped into providing a cover for what some critics said was the American intention all along to get their way by massive force against North Vietnam? You will not be surprised to hear that I do not think this was the case. From what we knew through our presence on the ICC in Vietnam, the insurgency of the South was strongly supported and directed by the North. It was a real threat to a weak government in Saigon and a weak Vietnamese army. The prospect of takeover by the communists was a distinct possibility. The bloodshed was increasing. Washington, the leader of the West, was asking Canada to take on an exploratory mission to see if there was in North Vietnam any interest in compromise. How could Canada refuse? And if the interlocutor was to be of any use in assisting Washington to make the most informed decisions, it was important for him to make quite clear to North Vietnam the options which Washington was facing, and also to report back clearly and honestly the North Vietnamese reaction to the message. That, I think, we did. I had occasion, many years later, to run into William Sullivan at a conference in upstate New York on some totally unrelated subject. Sullivan and Chet Cooper of the National Security Council, the President's National Security Council, had been the two who had come to work out the final details of the arrangements for my returning to Vietnam and the message I should take. So I asked Sullivan, meeting him again at this conference, was that a real proposal which you guys were making at the time? And he said, yes, it was. He admitted that there was a great difference of opinion, a great division of opinion within the administration as to what the hell they were going to do next in Vietnam. It varied widely right across the spectrum. And they didn't know what they should do next. They thought they would try an approach to Vietnam, the one which I carried out, to see if there was indeed any willingness to compromise on the part of the North. They did not hold out any great prospects for the success of such a trip, but they felt that it had to be tried before moving on to more dire considerations. I'm glad, and that general approach was approved by President Johnson himself. I'm inclined to agree with that explanation of the mood in Washington at the time I was asked to take on my series of trips up to the North. And I believe that's the correct interpretation of the mood in Washington at the time. And therefore, I think it was the correct thing for us to have done to undertake that mission. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, we've heard some quite fascinating things and fascinating insights in the era of Mr. Pearson's leadership in foreign affairs. And I think we have maybe 5 or 7 minutes or so to take any questions from the floor. Any of the panelists on any subject.
Alan, I don't mean to render this more of a Vietnam meeting than it already is, but I was on the Control Commission. I was the 3rd secretary in the Control Commission in Vietnam in 1958, 59. A very different world from which Blair has described. But it had become evident by the time, certainly by the time I arrived, that the Geneva Convention was respected by neither side, and that the Control Commission subsequently was useless. We had a morale problem in the commission, in the sense that we all felt, from Tom Carter, the commissioner, down to the lowest third secretary, myself, that we were engaged in a useless activity, which seemed to have no end. The 90 days provided by the Geneva Convention for elections had long since passed, and we were no further toward unification than we had been 3 years before. Well, many of us filled our time with various pleasantries. When I was in Hanoi, I used to spend a little bit of my time with Ho Chi Minh drinking champagne, because he was a plongeur as a young man. He was a plongeur in hotels in Paris and London, at the Carlton Hotel at the bottom of Regent Street. He used to empty the champagne glasses that came in from the tables, and told us subsequently in 1958 what a pleasure it was to be with the Canadians who would offer him champagne, which otherwise he was denied by socialist realism. But I spent most of my time in the South, at least, chasing the third secretary in the United States Mission, whom I subsequently married. Look, I don't mean to render this entirely anecdotal. The fact is that we were all convinced we were wasting our time, and that Canada should never have gotten into such an open-ended commitment, that we should pull out of the commission, but that wasn't a real prospect. I remember John Holmes telling me that he fully agreed on my return that we should get out, but we couldn't possibly, for reasons we could go into. I don't know, that's I guess all I want to say, but I think after our experience in the three commissions in French Indochina, we did take a reassessment of our involvement in peacekeeping activities, and I suppose if there was one benefit from our participation in Indochina, it was that.
Is there a question or observation? Anybody else?
I'll ask a question. Maybe, Roger, I could ask you a question, since you delved into the internecine politics of the Defense Department, something which some wise analyst said Mr. Pearson was clear to stay away from. I think all prime ministers were very wise to stay away from the Defense Department. Certainly, Mr. Kretschmer made it very clear to me when I was his Minister of Foreign Affairs that was the last thing on his mind, except for how much money it cost. And Mr. Martin had other views as well. But I would wonder if you could comment, Roger, as to whether the unification, which you said started under Paul Hedier, which has been an ongoing struggle in that department forever. I mean, when I became minister, you'll recall the chief of the defense, the then chief of the defense staff, decided we had to redo the whole structure and replace all of it. And my impression, at least, was that the problems were of internal management. It was still a question of infighting amongst the three forces, particularly in the matter of procurement, which is a huge problem for the department. And that's where all the fights take place. And with the increased expenses of modern military gear, that becomes extremely important. But here, tried to restructure it so that it could be more of an effective force for deployment abroad, and also so that it could be more integrated in the way in which the American command structure worked, so that we could be more effective in the defense of North America with the Americans. Has your research sort of led you into that field, and can you see any relationship to what was done earlier and the subsequent efforts in that respect?
Well, just some general observations. Again, I worked at NDHQ for about 17 years. And so I had some.
You look quite well.
And I think that there were two problems. One was, as indicated in my talk, the government always wanted to maintain the alliance commitments. And the alliance commitments all ran on narrow service lines. So, the Navy always has to provide effective escort groups to SAC land. And if the government agrees that should be done, then there are only naval solutions to that. And similarly for the brigade in Europe, which really should have gone with the Hellier reforms. I mean, if we're going to go for a truly mobile force available for international deployment, why are we spending a large portion of our budget on a tank-heavy mobile force in Germany? And so that was the problem. And so our continuing commitments demanded certain solutions. And the guys on the ground actually went out of their minds trying to... Hellier's direction was just do everything differently. And they're desperately trying to find solutions. And they tended to go back onto surface lines because those were the commitments that had to be addressed. And that was the case all through my time there. And Hillier was trying to get around that and actually make, my impression was he's actually trying to, though he's probably not aware of it, trying to make the Hillier scheme work. And of course it was greatly facilitated by the fact that we had been finally able, freed from that huge commitment in Europe. But the struggle continues. From my contacts in the HQ, there's been backlash against a lot of what Hillier did, and said it was, of course, bloody army solutions. And now we're going through yet another cycle.
Well, the last question.
Right. Let's go. Try to get the microphone. Just one sort of anecdotal reference, and then I'll just make a point. The first anecdotal reference is that my father was in the first group of Canadian diplomats who went to Vietnam right after Dien Bien Phu, and when he died, my brother and I were in the basement and found a huge box, and in the box there was a map, which I have up in my office in Ottawa, which shows all the breaches of the ceasefire that were carried out between 1955 and 57. And as a result of that experience, two things. One is he became absolutely convinced that the North Vietnamese were consistently supporting insurgencies to the south, and the mythology that they weren't was just a complete mythology. And the second one was that the Americans at the time, and he was subsequently the minister in Washington for 7 years, that the Americans were singularly uninterested in really engaging with Canada about what the nature of the experience was in the Control Commission and exactly what the nature of the enterprise was. But I think he would have certainly, and I know he did, fully endorse what Mr. Seaborn had to say about the necessity of Canada continuing to try to play a constructive role. Second thing is about, my dad was also a speechwriter for Mr. Pearson when he was president of the General Assembly, and he always used to say that when I, as a young student, I would occasionally comment on the fact that, Mr. Pearson said something, but I didn't really think he was saying anything at all. And my father used to say to me, he said, exactly, and he's doing it on purpose because he wants to leave himself as much room as he possibly can to maneuver through whatever situation he's trying to solve. And of course, as I now reach an age which is very similar to that of Mr. Pearson when he was Prime Minister, I fully understand what he was trying to do.
This afternoon is going to be very exciting, and I feel so privileged to be part of this fabulous event. I feel a little bit outclassed when I think about getting up and speaking in front of a group of politicians at this event. It's
me brave, but here I am. So bear with me while I introduce the chair of our next panel, Don McDonald. It struck me this morning as I sat and listened to all the papers that in part what the great legacy of the Pearson government might be is some insight into grand political change or political creativity or changing the momentum of the nation and its policies. And it seems to me that that is a fairly obvious focus given 2013. And while I could spend some time talking about Don McDonald's work under Trudeau in his cabinet portfolios, national defense, energy and finance, or his very well-known work, I know even my first-year students are very familiar with his work on free trade and the McDonald Commission. What I'd really like to point out to you is that when he was elected in 1962 in Rosedale, it was a really, really tough fight. And the incumbent, the long-standing incumbent, a conservative opponent, was defeated by Don McDonald in 1962, and he went on to this wonderful career in service to Canada. So maybe he has some special insights as well into changing the momentum. So please join me in welcoming Don McDonald.
Well, firstly, I have to say thank you very much for those very kind words, and thank you for the invitation to come today to participate in what is a very interesting event, an opportunity to meet many of my friends who, over the years, more of those who I presume I was at this college in the year 1962 and thereafter. And through that period of time, it's a pleasure to be here in community college. What I'd like to do this afternoon, and have been instructed for, is to go through with this with very able people who have involved in public affairs over the years. The session will discuss the domestic scene that was once and been enjoyed during the Pearson government, and the recognition that we're fortunate to this afternoon, and I speak not for myself in saying this, but to have an exceptionally distinguished group of panelists and the commentators who are with us this afternoon. We will hear first from the Honorable Lorna Marsden, who is on the Royal Commission on the status of women. Professor Marsden is a sociologist and former president of the National Action Committee on the Status of Women. And she is a former senator and has served as president of both Wilfrid Laurier University and York University. So I invite Lorna to come to the platform.
Thank you very much. I never met Lester Pearson, but I always felt I knew him because during my teenage years, my family listened to him on that greatest of all Canadian institutions, CBC Radio. He was a welcome relief in style and substance from Mr. Diefenbaker. He didn't growl and threaten. Mr. Pearson on the radio was quiet, self-deprecating, and had, of course, these massive international accomplishments to his credit, as we've heard this morning. He spoke to us as Canadians in a way that credited our intelligence and our commitment to this country. So I immediately broke ranks with my conservative parents and became a liberal. So when John English asked me to give this talk, I leapt at the chance to talk about this hero. In his short and engaging biography of Mr. Pearson, Andrew Cohen says, today the government of the Right Honourable Lester B. Pearson looks surprisingly experimental and singularly transformative. As seen today, Mr. Pearson has a mighty record of international and domestic reforms, but he was not the man I imagined he was. He established the Royal Commission on the Status of Women on the 16th of February 1967. And in my imagination, he was responding positively to the proposals the women's movement were pressing on him and had been pressing on him for a number of years. And he knew all about the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women set up by President Kennedy in 1961 to 63. At the very least, I thought he must be similar to the hundreds of men in this country who throughout our history openly supported Canadian women on suffrage, personhood, family law, health and labor rights in Canada. Mr. Waters, who'd been a member of the Ontario legislature, sat in the legislature for 11 years, and every single year he introduced a bill on women's suffrage. Extraordinary. And he wasn't alone. Mr. Pugsley from New Brunswick did the same. Things went on to become a federal cabinet minister. Alas, my hero, Mr. Pearson, was not what I had imagined. I learned in reading the literature that he resisted establishing the Royal Commission on the Status of Women until it became unavoidable. And given his concern about the changes that were happening in Quebec, it surprised me that he didn't foresee that women winning the vote in that province in 1940 was a leading indicator of dramatic change to come. Signs of unrest among Canadians about the status of women were everywhere in the 1950s and the 1960s. But as Pierre Burton's book, 1967, The Last Good Year, describes, attitudes in 1967 expressed in the press and elsewhere were still sexist, patronizing, and destructive. Even setting aside Judy LaMarche's acerbic words on the Prime Minister's reluctance about the status of women in her memoir, Mr. Pearson's own memoirs never mentioned the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, or indeed women's rights. The women's organizations of the 1960s, most of which had been around for a few generations and since the end of the 19th century and early 20th century, been around agitating for women's equality, had to pressure the Prime Minister into setting up the commission, threatening demonstrations by middle-class and establishment women led by the redoubtable Laura Sabia. And I put in a footnote, but I'll tell you, I worked very closely with Laura after a while, and she always said she had two ambitions, to become a pope and for her son, Michael, to become the Prime Minister. Then one day, she came and her face was just distraught. She said, "Michael's married a liberal." She was a marvelous woman. And having given in at last, Mr. Pearson, I call him Mr. Pearson because Jim Coops taught me to call him Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson selected a chair for the commission, Florence Bird, who he had known for the CIA, and who he could rely on to keep things orderly. At least that's what he appeared to have thought. There's so little written about what Mr. Pearson was thinking at the time he set up the commission. Gordon Robertson says in his memoirs, Pearson saw gender equality as a feature of the kind of Canada that would endure. He took a personal interest in the commission and asked me to give any help I could to Florence Bird and its work. But Mr. Robertson's comment is the only one I have found in which such views are expressed. In fact, all the commissioners appointed were astute leaders and well qualified in the issues. And I suspect that people in this room, Jim Coots and others, had a lot to do with who ended up on that commission. And as it turned out, of course, he was not the Prime Minister when the report of the Royal Commission was released in December 1970. That report was the single most important document in the women's movement, usually known as the Second Wave, roughly 1960 to 2000. The public hearings of the Commission, broadcast on CBC Radio, raised the consciousness of women in every part of the country, and the recommendations reverberated through the economic, legal, and social institutions of Canada for the next 20 years. The report was a bestseller. It was reprinted several times. Of course, we would have had a vibrant women's movement in Canada anyway, but the report provided an agenda, convincing evidence, and a story storyline that mobilized women, and a lot of men, of all ages, all politics, and all parts of the country. It led to the creation of the National Action Committee on the Status of Women and provincial and territorial counterparts to continue pressure on the government to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission. That document is a touch point referred to in all the histories of women in Canada that include that period, and it is frequently referred to in the international literature on women's movements and women's status. It was Pierre Trudeau's government that reaped the benefits, or the headaches perhaps, of the Royal Commission report. But it is unclear from anything one can find in the literature that Mr. Pearson was consciously setting up this agenda for orderly change for his successor. It is clear, however, that when pushed into action, he ensured that the Commission's work was very competently carried out. The terms of reference for the Royal Commission, which focused very much on the economic situation of women, were clearly set out, but they were sufficiently ambiguous that the Commission had a lot of scope, and they took it. Well, why was Mr. Pearson not interested in status of women issue? Perhaps he was. But in the biographies of him, one finds no evidence of it. The exception is the section in Gordon Robertson's memoir that I've just talked about, but that was published only much later, when terms such as gender equality, which really wasn't very much present in the 60s and 70s, were widely accepted. There is plenty of evidence that Mr. Pearson was uncomfortable with women in politics. In John English's fine volumes of biography, we read about Mr. Pearson's view on the annual brief to the Cabinet from the National Council of Women of Canada in the 1950s. Some of you will know that Lady Aberdeen was the president when the National Council of Women of Canada was founded in the 1890s, and she was close friends with John Boronow, and she got Boronow to write the Constitution for the National Council of Women of Canada, which has a section in it saying that they will have an annual meeting of the Cabinet, and as far as I know, and I would love to be there, they are still doing it. John English points out in his final paragraph of his third volume, he, Mr. Pearson, was ill at ease with his only female cabinet minister, but he appointed the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, an inquiry of historic and international importance. He refused to cling to what he knew. The online DCV biography does not mention the Royal Commission on the Status of Women at all. In other biographies, it gets no more than a mention. The same is true of many general histories of that period, as if the changes in the status of half the population of the country was not an issue worth mentioning. So what can one conclude? Two possibilities. There is a history yet to be written of the thoughts and ideas of Lester Pearson about the situation of women, which would reveal a different man from the one I've read about so far. And having had a most interesting conversation with Landon Pearson this morning, I'm now quite convinced that that history should be written, and I think you'll hear more about it this evening at dinner from Landon. Or perhaps he was a man of his generation and of the Canadian middle class for whom there were still separate spheres. Women were wives, surprised or not, mothers of their children, and contributors to their communities. Their husbands were pleased if their wives did not have to go out to earn money, and publicly supported their husbands' political views. The concept of economic, social, and political equality between women and men, husbands and wives, was rarely found or expressed in public life, although from Confederation forward, there have been men in Canadian legislatures prepared to do just that, for which they get remarkably little credit in our history books. Yet, of course, what Mr. Pearson led his governments in doing was such an important part of the post-war agenda of social legislation in Canada. His legislation reflected both the changing status of women during and after World War II, and an awareness of how much needed to be changed in this country. The Canadian pension plan enabled self-supporting women to prepare their retirement. The guaranteed income supplement helped all women. The Canada Student Loan Plan helped women get higher education. in an era where the sons, but not the daughters, were most likely to be supported to university. I was one of those and benefited enormously from the Canada Student Loan Plan, which I only finished paying off when I became a full professor at the University of Toronto. And universal health care and the Canada Assistance Plan improved women's lives at every stage. Even as a man of his social class and times, his decisions and actions, as seen in those great feats of legislation, tremendously transformed women's life circumstances. And perhaps what this hero of mine, perhaps this is what he had in his mind after all.
Lord, thank you very much for a very encouraging set of background people who come in with young people we have a former senator, formerly served both with York Memorial University and York University, and very top job. I know there's a letter you have today, and thank you for your It's our advantage now to turn to Stephen Axie about nationalism, the liberal, and the left. And that's it. Professor Axie teaches both history and political management at Crofton University, and his publications include Longer Gordon and the rise of Canadian nationalism. His judgment is indicated in the sense that I did my first year of university at Carleton some years back, and it was in 1962 when I was persuaded by the Liberals of my neighborhood that I should run for office, and I said, what do I do next? And they said, call on Walter Gordon. He'll tell you what. Gordon would do.
His favorite word is flexible. He will back off from any fight and seek a compromise. It isn't that he lacks courage, he just prefers to talk rather than fight. Those are the words of Judy LaMarche, a member of Lester Pearson's cabinet, about Lester Pearson's leadership style. And I start with that because Lester Pearson's approach to leadership is central to understanding his government's relationship with the left and with the nationalists. Pearson is usually described as a diplomat, but I think the term mediator is a better description of him. He was a sensitive listener who had both a talent for putting others at ease and an intuitive awareness of their views and feelings. Pearson was often reluctant to take sides in a dispute. None of this is to say that Pearson lacked views of his own. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, he favored progressive social policies and a measured distance between Canada and the United States. But he was strikingly adaptable on the details and the timeline, to the chagrin of many of his cabinet ministers and advisors, including Judy LaMarche. A Democrat and a pluralist, Pearson's approach was to bring together individuals from a wide range of viewpoints and then mediate the conflicts that resulted inevitably from the dynamic he had created. With the help of many others, he built a party, a caucus, and a cabinet full of contradictions, composed of individuals of different, often incompatible views. Pearson was not a conflict avoider, as some have charged. He simply did not settle disputes head-on and refused to be rushed into decisions. His method of conflict resolution was to refuse to take sides while patiently and pragmatically negotiating a solution, all while preserving his own freedom as much as possible. The Liberal caucus and cabinet included many on the moderate left, including Walter Gordon, Alan McEachen, Judy LaMarche, Maurice Lamontagne, not to mention Tom Kent in the Prime Minister's office. They drove the Pearson government's social policy agenda. It is often said that the Liberals stole NDP policies in the 1960s, but this is an ahistoric judgment. In the late 1950s, the CCF, the NDP's predecessor, was on the decline. The party won only 8 seats in the 1958 election and was polling at about 10% in 1960 and 1961 when the Pearson Liberals were putting together their policies. The papers of senior Liberal Party figures in this period show a preoccupation with winning seats from the Tories, not from the Democrats. To the extent that the CCF or NDP posed a threat, it was to progressive conservative seats in Western Canada. After the drubbing of the 1958 election, young Liberal activists took over the party apparatus. Progressive Liberals favored social policies for their own sake, not as a way of gaining support from the NDP. Pearson himself was a social liberal who believed the government had a role in health care and pensions. At the same time, many of the old elements remained in the party. These included liberals who were close to the business community and those who had experience in the public service. They often placed the highest value on managerial competence and fiscal responsibility. The struggle between the progressives and the more cautious elements of the party resulted in several delays in the implementation of the Medicare Act. But the point here is that the left won, and that victory was for the left inside the Liberal Party, not the left outside the party. If the Liberal caucus in cabinet included individuals from the moderate left and the moderate right, whose views could often be reconciled, the party also contained both nationalists and anti-nationalists with more strongly conflicting views. From the mid-1950s until the late 1970s, Walter Gordon was the most prominent economic nationalist in Canada. He served as de facto president of the Liberal Party, as the campaign chair for the 1962, 63, and 65 elections, as the Minister of Finance from 63 to 65, and as president of the Privy Council from 67 to 68. Gordon's main cause increasingly became the cause of limiting American investment in Canada. Across the table sat Mitchell Sharp, who once told me that nationalism was responsible for most of the ills in contemporary society. After the 1965 election, the cabinet also included Robert Winters, who had long opposed Gordon's policies of discouraging foreign investment in Canada. These conflicts can be traced back to before Pearson became party leader. As chair of the Royal Commission on Canada's Economic Prospects, Gordon had stirred up opposition to foreign investment in the late 1950s. Members of Louis Saint Laurent's cabinet, including Lester Pearson, responded by speaking publicly about the importance of foreign investment to Canada's development. Yet in the late 1950s and early 1960s, Gordon's influence over Pearson grew, as Gordon became deeply involved in establishing the Liberal Party. In 1960, Pearson told Gordon that, quote, he agreed completely, unquote, with his friend's views on a variety of political issues, including foreign investment. At the 1960 Kingston Conference, Gordon and journalist Michael Barclay spoke in favor of measures to discourage foreign investment. Other participants were critical of economic nationalism, but Pearson seemed to side with Gordon, vaguely declaring that foreign investment was, quote, a major problem. And I am equally convinced that there is something we as a party can do about it, and should, and will. In his years as opposition leader, Pearson pledged that a Liberal government would use the tax laws to discourage Canadians from selling companies to foreigners and to encourage foreigners to sell assets back to Canadians. The long-term objective, Pearson wrote, was, quote, to buy back Canadian resources and Canadian companies to the maximum possible extent. Yet, as Tom Kent later observed, the nationalist issue as such was simply never faced up to in the opposition years. Kent and others developed a detailed platform that dealt with a wide range of policies, but they never confronted the problem of foreign investment. Pearson's leadership style worked when developing the Canada Pension Plan and the Medicare Act, but it failed on the issue of economic nationalism. In part, the problem was that federal budgets are made in a great deal of secrecy, an environment that did not allow the negotiation necessary for Pearson to exercise his own style of leadership. Cabinet only learned of the contents of Walter Gordon's first budget a few hours before it was presented to the Congress. By then, it was too late to turn it back. Many members of the cabinet were horrified by Gordon's proposal to impose a 30% tax on the takeover of Canadian companies by foreigners, but they did not have the chance to thrash out the issue in the Pearsonian style. Instead, they sat through Gordon's budget speech and watched as the opposition parties and the business community shredded the budget. The negotiating took place when cabinet followed. Item by item, Leader Marsh later remembered, we backtracked from the proposals in the budget speech and left it in shreds around Walter. After this setback, it was all but impossible for Gordon to introduce nationalist measures. After Gordon resigned from the cabinet in 1965, the party's left was concerned about the rightward tilt of the government. Pearson was urged to bring Gordon back, which he did in January 1967. One of Gordon's conditions was that he chair a cabinet committee to draft a policy statement on foreign investment. Pearson agreed, but also appointed Mitchell Sharp to the committee, forcing continued conflict over the issue. He also offered a position on the committee on the Winters to decline. The committee struck a task force headed by economist Mel Watkins to study the impact of foreign investment in Canada and to make recommendations on government policy. The unanimous report was completed within a year, a remarkable feat for a group of 8 economists. And those of you who are historians will understand the importance of this insight. It was the first time in Canadian history that 8 academics had agreed to anything. But then Gordon had to struggle to even have the report published. Had he wanted to implement any of the recommendations, he would have had to stay to fight. But by 1968, he had lost his taste for politics, as had Lester Pearson. On the nationalist issue, Gordon had failed in large part because his colleagues did not support his proposals. He did not see the need to win over his fellow ministers. After all, he was the finance minister, and he had the full support of the prime minister, or so he thought. Gordon had not understood that Pearson's support was limited and conditional. Limited in the sense that Gordon's opponents also thought they had Pearson's support. Conditional in the sense that Pearson would support Gordon so long as he did not cause difficulties for the government, which Gordon did with the 1963 budget. What Gordon really needed was widespread support within the cabinet. But even Gordon's allies on the left were at best lukewarm in their backing for measures to restrict foreign investment. Many members of Pearson's cabinet and entourage later wrote memoirs, most remembering the Prime Minister fondly. But there was bitterness from individuals on the left, particularly Tom Kent, Judy LaMarche, and Walter Gordon. They had wanted Pearson to indicate clearly that he supported their proposals and to implement them quickly. But Pearson did not work that way. He made Kent, Gordon, and LaMarche fight for their policies, and they resented him for that. They resented him even though they had won. The Pearson government was a triumph for the left, with a long list of accomplishments. All of them mentioned at some point along the way today. Publicly funded universal health care, the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Student Loans Program, federal assistance for provincial welfare programs. The Prime Minister's style might have frustrated his regressive ministers, but they got what they wanted. On the issue of foreign investment, the result was different, in part because there was no group in cabinet vigorously advocating nationalist measures. There was only Walter Gordon. As Tom Kent later wrote, limiting foreign investment, quote, was never officially Liberal Party policy. It was Walter's view.
Thank you very much indeed. The next of our visitors this afternoon, and whom we're happy to welcome, is Dr. David Naylor of the University of Toronto. And I have known David Naylor for a good many years before he just completed his studies in Canada, and his skills had won for him an important assignment at the University of Oxford in England. He would have been better off, of course, to have gone to Cambridge, but I'll let that for another day. In the meantime, he's an MD and has taught for many years in the Faculty of Medicine, and he is serving, of course, as the Dean of the College of Medicine. David, would you step forward?
Thanks very much. The Honorable Donald McDonald has done many great things, but he has made the occasional missteps. Among them was he was on the Rhodes Scholarship Selection Panel back in 1979, and I continue to be thankful to him for the error that sent my colleagues have spoken eloquently and quite formally. I would like to be a little less formal. And I want to start, as Lorna did, with an acknowledgement of some history. When I was growing up, my father, who was an avid member of the Big Blue Machine, the Robarts and Davis Tory, was persuaded to move to Ottawa, leaving the family behind. The second in command under Alistair Grossart, the Conservatives under John Beefenbaker. This did not last long, and certain members of the family who were of a different political persuasion, the older siblings, were delighted. They were convinced the old man had seen the light and recognized Lester B. Pearson's superior views of the world. It was some years after both my parents died that I discovered the real reason why my dad returned home. A letter from my mother that basically instructed him to return and closed with the memorable phrase, "I am tired of eating with kids, talking with kids, and sleeping alone." With that, I want to take assure you that, like all university presidents, I am completely nonpartisan of necessity. And so I will spend less time talking about Lester B. Pearson's remarkable craft of conciliation, which Professor Ezzi has discussed and Professor Marsden has also illuminated. And I have been given an assignment by John English, and we all accept John English's assignment. And that is to answer a question: was Medicare a revolution? And in responding, I want to argue that in most ways it was not, for reasons that I will elaborate. But in doing so, I want to first acknowledge that I am, of course, that lowest of academic species, a biological plumber in academic exile. But I once did study the history of Medicare at Oxford. And it is frightening to think that 27 years ago I produced this book out of my Oxford thesis. My spouse was at close quarters with me for both the thesis and introduction to the book, and I was also chief resident in medicine. And she did not see much of me that year, as you can imagine. So I am deeply indebted to Donald McDonald and Niels Triernick for that book. And I have reflected often on that critical juncture in which the National Medicare Act came to be. There's a chapter in the book devoted to it. And I don't want to rehash what is written there. Many of you will be familiar with that history. Malcolm Taylor has written a magisterial book that really delineates beautifully the formulation of public policy around that time. Jeffrey Simpson has a recent book that also covers some of that ground. I want to focus on John English's question: what Medicare represented. Certainly for many physicians in organized medicine who continue to complain about this innovation, this was a revolution. It was characterized in rather extreme language at the time, and of course even more extreme language in Saskatchewan in the 1960s. But let's put the idea in context. Across Europe, starting with Bismarck's social insurance reform, the concept of publicly mandated and variously publicly sponsored and funded or co-funded health insurance had already spread inexorably. Arrangements for achieving universal coverage varied. They still vary. But the decision to insure medical services on a first dollar all-in basis was actually not particularly dramatic, nor was it original internationally. And it was also not a novel idea in Canada. Hospital and medical services coverage in this country have been steadily expanding for decades. It is true that when Lester B. Pearson's government government acted, there was still a very large gap in coverage. But there had been expansion of both investor-owned plans and non-profit plans, as well as the growth and indeed more or less universal extension of provincial plans to cover low-income individuals. In that respect, an ironic footnote to this history of Medicare. You go back to Winnipeg in 1933-34, that was when Canada's first doctor's strike actually occurred, not 1962 in Saskatchewan. Doctors went on strike to get insurance coverage for low-income Canadians because they were unable to make ends meet. They were dealing with their depression clientele in Winnipeg. A very different strike in 1962. So if we continue to move forward through the depression, we see in the 1940s, the first universal hospital insurance plan was actually brought into being in Saskatchewan, that wonderful cauldron of innovation, the first mover so often. And Tommy Douglas led the way there. And not dissimilar to the pattern that followed suit for medical services insurance, in 1957, we had the federal government deciding to lock in the template set in Saskatchewan with the Hospital Insurance and Diagnostic Services Act. Again, offering conditional cost sharing and enabling the Saskatchewan precedent not only to be co-funded, but generalized. And I would point out, that we mentioned to this audience, that was not John Diefenbaker's watch. Universal health care was not some sharply or bitterly partisan issue. Indeed, it was Diefenbaker who appointed the Hall Commission. And of course, Justice Emmett Hall was a red Tory, a populist, a childhood friend of Diefenbaker. It was in many ways unsurprising that when that Royal Commission reported in 1964, it endorsed a similar precedent in Saskatchewan and proposed that it should be extended. And many will recall, of course, in 1962, the Saskatchewan doctors' strike, as Woodrow Lloyd moved to create a universal medical services plan. Again, Saskatchewan leading the way. And the denouement of that strike and the endorsement of that Saskatchewan blueprint in the National Medical Care Act led to what we have today. But again, let's remember, it was an acrimonious dispute in Saskatchewan, but when Bill C-227 came before the House, it passed by 177 to 2 votes. Not exactly a partisan showing or a bitter revolution, notwithstanding the fact that, as we all know, the cabinet debates were acrimonious, and as Professor Ezzy has said, the split in the cabinet meant that the National Medical Care Act was delayed and delayed. Why this canonization of Medicare is some revolutionary thing? Part of it is something of an ahistorical perspective. We attribute Medicare to Prime Minister Pearson. We remember Pierre Trudeau signing it into law. We think of the golden era of social policy, and it seems particularly golden to those of us of a certain age looking around us at this time. But we also use Medicare now as a shorthand for a whole public system that actually grew up on a highly evolutionary basis. Medicare, as it was in the 60s, was medical services insurance. We already had medical services insured for in-hospital care, for diagnostic and investigative breast. We already had universal hospital insurance. So it was actually an incremental plan. And yet Medicare is now the umbrella term for the whole shooting match. Home care, long-term care, in-hospital physician services, universal ambulatory physician services, a range of other health professions, in some cases, of course, drug plans. They're all under the same general umbrella. So there is a bit of a terminological and ahistorical quagmire. But I think the canonization, in the sense of revolution, represents something else. And that is that publicly funded health care has become something of a national unifying force, almost an obsession for it. As many have pointed out, it's a distinguishing feature that sets us apart from our neighbors to the south. Indeed, our persistence in looking south for contrast and affirmation has, again, many have argued, contributed to our unwillingness to rethink some of the basic tenets of Medicare and its architecture. So let me close by just reflecting a bit on this revolutionary nature of insurance. It was brave. It was a bold step to generalize, certainly not revolutionary, but aggressively evolutionary, particularly in the financial circumstances of that era. But I fear that it was not a revolution at all in terms of public policy. In essence, it shifted us from a system of private payment for most medical services from insurance to public insurance. In essence, we still had private practice. It was Stuart Rafferty who once said that doctors were still pushcart vendors in an era of healthcare supermarkets. And so much of what we have done in the last 40 years has been to try to reimagine healthcare as something integrated, something where the institutional walls come down and the community is connected to hospitals and institutions of all types. A system where finances are set so that incentives are aligned, and where we truly have a patient-centered or patient-focused mode of organizing and financing services. You know, there is no perfect healthcare system. Every set of national arrangements involves trade-offs among quality, affordability, and accessibility. But I would say that while we have made real progress, I worry that in some odd ways, what Pearson accomplished is being diminished by our failure to improve on it. And we are certainly now no longer a leader or innovator. Rather, despite the progress we've made, many countries would see us as lagging in the efficiency, the effectiveness, the quality, and even, dare I say, the accessibility that we offer Canadians. The term is being applied in this context that we have become the frozen north of healthcare reform. And so the sad reality to me is, after that wonderful shining moment, a bold and brave decision by the Pearson government, followed on by Trudeau signing that landmark legislation into law in 1968, we may well have entered not a golden era, but an ice age. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the contributions that we look forward to receiving from you as the years go on. Our next visitors are going to be on a very different field. Two panelists who are two commentators. First of these is John Hondrick, who has had a 32-year career at the Toronto Star, the most read newspaper in Canada, where he was publisher from 1994 to the year 2004. We used to call the Star or the People's Paper, and welcome John to come forward.
Thank you very much, Don. It's a real pleasure to be here today, but I want to start with you sitting beside me, others up here, on a sartorial note, to say that I did my research before I came. I want to say that Lester Pearson did not give me the inspiration to wear a bow tie. But if you do Google Lester Pearson's ties, you discover, in fact, that he had a proclivity for the polka dot. So Bob Johnson, Don McDonald, we're all wearing, I gather one was to say, if you went to look, the polka dot bow tie was Lester Pearson. I did not know Mr. Pearson well. I met him on several occasions, and yes, he was always Mr. Pearson. But I thought in terms of just a few minutes that I have today, I would talk about the man I did get to know a little better, and that was Mr. Gordon, who Stephen has just talked about. And by the way, I commend to you this excellent book. If you want to read the inside story on Walter Gordon, it's all here. Walter Gordon came to our home, and so I heard him speak across the dinner table on more than one or two occasions. And this man is quite extraordinary. As patrician and as elegant, as establishing as you could possibly imagine. Commanding presence, major figure from Bay Street, Clarkson Gordon, the venerable old form. This is a a man who, when he came into the room, had a magnificent presence. And as Professor Aziz has mentioned, he had a mania about how much foreign investment should we have in our country. And my point today, and I'm going to make it a little longer, is I think that's a question that we, the Liberal Party, has not come to grips with, nor has the country ever come to grips with. I would sit and listen to Mr. Gordon. We don't hear much of these conversations anymore, talking about the dangers of head offices moving south of the border, about jobs fleeing this country, about the decisions about investment being held elsewhere, and in fact the country's national interest not being protected when a huge percentage of our economy is in fact held and managed elsewhere. He was incredibly powerful in that point of view that he presented. I can also tell you, and this was part of the story, he formed a partnership with my father, who was then the publisher of the Star, who became as ferocious an advocate of Walter Gordon's theory as ever. And in fact, at that time, my father always called him Mr. Gordon. That was the way it went. And every Walter Gordon speech was page 1. That's a combination I haven't seen any politician get since. There's no question that what Gordon stood for was extraordinarily controversial, and Professor This has outlined exactly how controversial that budget was. But I really think the budget debacle and that whole issue represented the high point, certainly in the Liberal Party and maybe even in the country, for that ferocious battle that exists between nationalists, economic nationalists, if you will, and more the free traders, the people who believe in the free flow of investment. And if you look, there's always been that tension. I think the Liberal Party's always had that tension of those two forces. And you can look at the Liberal Party in terms of even its history. 1911, this was the party that argued for free trade and the reciprocity debate. We then had the 65 budget where Walter Gordon wanted to put on, at that stage I think, restrictions that were not practical. We had in 1985, the gentleman to my left who brought forward the Royal Commission on free trade. We had 1988, John Turner fighting an election against free trade. The Liberal Party today, I don't think I could really say exactly where it is. I might call it the mushy middle, where I think a lot of people are, the mushy middle. But the issue that Walter Gordon raised, and the one that I wanted to leave with today in my few minutes, was what should a country like Canada, living so close to the United States, have as its policy towards foreign investment? Do we have the right rules in place? Do we have a mechanism, in fact, where the Canadian interest is being protected? When Walter Gordon was making his remarks and his arguments, we didn't have the term hollowing out. But on his behalf today, I'm going to pose a question to this group. This is my question for my commentary. Do you think it has been in Canada's interest that the following list of companies, large companies, mostly resource companies in Canada, are no longer owned by Canadians? Macmillan Lodette, Seagrams, Coral, CP Ships, CP Hotels, DeFasco, Noranda, Stelco, Alcan, Addicts Petroleum, and of course, most recently, Nexon. I think Walter Gordon would say he had a point to make. Thank you.
John, thank you very much indeed. I now call upon Tom Axworthy, who was Principal Secretary to Prime Minister Trudeau, who was taught at Harvard and the Queen's, and is now President and CEO of the Walter and Duncan family. So we've asked Tom to come forward, and I think Tom will continue with that.
Thank you, Don. Ladies and gentlemen, people have talked about their personal anecdotes, and let me just begin with the discussion we've had this afternoon. That I was one of those hired by Walter Gordon as a junior research assistant, Mr. Gordon, and he gave me very good advice. That he was then president of the Privy Council, which means that he was in the cabinet office. And his advice to me, which I haven't followed since, but I did in 1967, was that I should stay quiet and take a lot of notes. And so that turned into a graduate education with Simon Reisman and Al Johnson and Bob Rice and the other exceptional public servants who worked for the Pearson government, which we haven't much talked about today, but we only have a day. Let me say that in making a commentary on the excellent presentations that we've had this afternoon and this morning, whether I could try and perhaps answer some of the comments and critiques. Our commentators have been quite critical, which is fair in an academic conference, about the legacies of Mr. Pearson's government. After my own career in government with Mr. Trudeau, I was lucky enough to spend several years at Kennedy School at Harvard. And one of my mentors there was Richard Newstead, who was the dean of the Kennedy School and perhaps America's most preeminent political scientist. And Newstead had studied leadership. He had worked for Harry Truman and had a whole series of books and prescriptions on what makes up a great leader. He had one which I think applies to our discussions today and the critiques of our panelists. And that is that of all the things that are connected with leadership, Newstead thought that the single most important was where you write on the big issue of your time. You couldn't be right on everything, and you couldn't deal with everything. But did you avoid mistakes, and did you make better the preeminent challenge of your day? Were you on the right side of history when those large battalions of historical events were on the march? Now, saying that, then, and looking at Lester Pearson's government, I think the preeminent issue for him are not the issues that we have been discussing this afternoon or this morning. We have eminent historians here, and we can debate this, but I think Mr. Pearson was seized by the national unity crisis which was breaking all around him at the time he became Prime Minister. His friend, Jean Lesage, had become Premier of Quebec. The Quiet Revolution was underway. There were physical explosions with the FLQ. There were intellectual explosions across Quebec society. There were political explosions as René Lévesque began to move steadily towards separatism. Quebec, as it often does, was leading the Canadian agenda. And Mr. Pearson had to catch up with those sets of issues. And so to me, somewhat interestingly, if we look at Mackenzie King, and he's often ranked as our greatest prime minister, it is largely because how he handled Quebec and the conscription crisis, and in general, the two conscription crises, the aftermath of 1917 and then 1944. If we look at Mr. Pearson, the very leadership style that he was so adept at, which was listening, conciliating, bringing different points of view together, was exactly what we required as the national unity crisis broke all around us. And if we look at what Mr. Pearson's government began to achieve on that front, all right, there was the Royal Commission on Bilingualism, Biculturalism, which began the whole effort of what was later called French power in Ottawa, promotion of bilingualism. There was the Canada flag, which hasn't been mentioned, which was not only just for Quebec, but that important new symbol. With Mr. Gordon Bolter, as he negotiated the Canada Pension Plan, not only did we achieve the Canada Pension Plan, but the nature of that plan allowed a Quebec plan that they could administer tied to and coterminous with the Canadian plan, a flexible administrative arrangement that allowed a national purpose to be achieved, but by recognizing Quebec's distinctiveness at the same time. Those are very major accomplishments. And on top of that, then, Mr. Pearson equally worked as hard as any Prime Minister ever has to have good representation and advice from prominent Quebecers. And so he worked with Guy Favreau, who was worn out by the tremendous pressures put upon him. And when Favreau and Chevrier could no longer continue that job, then he recruited the three wise men of Marchand, Trudeau, and Peltier. And then they began the second phase of taking the Pearson government into the next range of how one deals with Quebec and the Constitution. And we forget it was Mr. Pearson who called that first constitutional conference in 1968, where Mr. Trudeau presented the idea of the Charter of Rights. Now, it was Trudeau who eventually accomplished it, but let's not forget it was Pearson who also began the constitutional juggernaut, which then preoccupied us for many, many years, as well as the earlier accomplishments. So, my commentary on my colleagues is, if Mr. Pearson did not have as his central or a central focus the status of women, if he did not have as a central focus the economic nationalism priority of Walter Gordon, it is in part because his central focus was national unity, and that was the crisis of his time. And if we take the Newstead approach, which is, do you pick the right issue of your time, and then do you make a positive achievement in accomplishing that issue, I would think we would have to give Mr. Pearson perhaps more credit than he has yet received in this conference and certainly this afternoon. And as John has talked about taking the Pearson legacy and talking about a current issue, I would say this. If Mr. Pearson was back among us and thinking today, in 2013, about what should be the preeminent issue that the Liberal Party had to deal with, that Canada had to deal with, and that he would turn his particular attention to, as he did to national unity in 1962 and 63, it would be the reconciliation between the Indigenous peoples of Canada and the rest of us. That will be the issue of our time, and that's where we need the Pearsonian approach to catch up, to bring equity to a people who've been denied it for hundreds of years.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers this afternoon. And there will be a coffee break at 2 minutes. And at 4 o'clock, the meeting will back and will continue. So thank you very much, and we adjourn the meeting.
Can we just have a question?
If the questioners are prepared to run.
Questions, comments. I'm Landon Pearson, so I want to comment about Lorna, and also to Tom, because I thought that was terrific. That's just the kind of thing I'm going to say tonight in my comments about national unity, how much and how important it was. For Lorna, both your conclusions are correct. That is, on the one hand, he was ready to set the Royal Commission because he admired strong women, not difficult strong, well. But Marion was a founding member of most women. So, I mean, he was prepared for this kind of thing. And I think the person he admired most in many ways was Barbara Ward, as a highly distinguished economist that he had huge imagination. So he was ready for it, but it wasn't a primary concern. And the reason it wasn't, I think, in some ways, is because that was the time, that was what the culture at the times was like. So when I first came into the family, I had not had my consciousness raised either. I think you probably are remembering, or not remembering so much, but eliciting that there was more consciousness at that time than there actually was. That people like myself and my colleagues and people my age who were then pretty young we had to go through that process in the 60s of getting our consciousness raised. And so I think his action on establishing the Royal Commission was a function of both of those things, that he was ready for it to some extent, but his, he was a product of his generation. So it was that, again, a sign of his flexibility and his openness that he established it. And, the Royal Commission just said in training many very important things. And Tom, I just would like to thank you for your comment on national unity, because that's my view. That was his passionate concern at that particular time. Thank you.
My name's Andrew Cardozo. I'd just like to remind people about a survey that you've got on this yellow sheet of paper. What we're doing, and I want to thank John English for having our center include this survey in your package. What we're trying to do here is two things. One is to educate and remind Canadians about the Pearson agenda. It's amazing how many people don't know the accomplishments that he did make. And second is to set in a research agenda for our center and others to think about the future of those policies. And we talk about Medicare or any of the other aspects. What is the relevance today? What is the relevance tomorrow? It's really interesting to look at this short list, and I'm sure you can add to this list and see how relevant each one of those issues are going forward, and how in many ways we have to return to those issues. I had a question, and maybe Landon's the only one who can answer this, is when we look at Pearson coming into the role as leader of the Liberal Party, did he have in mind anything like the agenda that he actually accomplished? And I asked that question partly looking at the Liberal Party today, where there's been a debate where some candidates have put forward very detailed plans, and one candidate, named Justin Trudeau, said, no, it's not about the leader defining the agenda, but rather having a process of Canadians defining what the agenda should be. So I'm wondering whether, to what extent Mr. Pearson had the kind of agenda when he became leader, to what extent that got defined during the Kingston conference, and to what extent things happened, partly the way that Tom Axworthy mentioned. So Tom, I don't know if you're getting enough to answer that question.
No. Happy to, but I'd
like to hear anyone's thoughts on that.
Just because I was there, but in fact we weren't there. We were in Mexico when LBP was made prime minister, so we'd been posted there, and we had been away for some time, so it was not that sense. But I do think it picks up with the point that Tom made too. This was a man that, as my mother used to describe him, when you're going into the headwinds, you have it. So you go this way, you go that way, you go this way, but you never lose sight of where you're trying to go. So it wasn't so much, I think, that he knew exactly where he wanted to go, but his values were very strong. And so that was the way. So he could help experiences he went through them, or what happened politically, enabled him to choose which particular issues he was going to be working on. But it wasn't because he knew precisely what he was going to do in that particular role. And one thing I do remember about him very much was that his confidence as a prime minister at the beginning was weak. He didn't feel confident. He listened perhaps too much to some of his political advisors. I remember the 100 Days and all that kind of thing. And it was only as he went on that he began to gain confidence, I think, that he needed to show the kind of leadership that he finally did.
I might just have a word. I did my thesis on the Kingston Conference. So I think that when we look in that era and what lessons there are for our own, some of them are these, that the first thing that happened around Kingston and Mr. Pearson is that they brought together a series of thinkers and practitioners who actually thought, who wrote papers, who were serious about the exercise. It was not a photo op, it wasn't a bull session in universities. When you look at the papers that Tom Kent did in Social Security or Morris Lomontine on economics, those are still excellent papers to read today on the economics and social policies of Canada at the time. There were many others, I guess, but what I'm saying is that the Pearson group at the time didn't ask a pollster what should be the issues they should work on. They defined what they thought were the most important issues for Canada. They brought some very smart people together who did some serious work and then had a whole range of debates about it, which was step one. It was not run by the leader's office. One member of the caucus, Jack Pickersgill, was invited there, but it was not the leader's office taking every little minuet and running it in that way. It was they believed in ideas, and that ideas should contend. That was point one. So it was independent of the leader's office, and it was created as a genuine, autonomous party thinking effort. Step two was then, once the thinkers had got together, because you have to then turn thought into a program, then Mr. Pearson, Gordon, and others did two other things. They then took those ideas and then they disseminated them widely right across the Liberal Party in every riding. And the Liberals then had the 1961 policy rally only brought together to discuss policy and to sift through what had happened at Kingston and turn them into a real set of priorities. And the Liberal Party, that's when you brought the party into it, the partisans, not just the thinkers, men and women who had to win elections. Then our party at that time then changed quite radically some of the priorities that had come out of Kingston. The Canada Pension Plan had been mentioned as part of Kingston, but it wasn't the essence of what later became Liberal platform. The party said, no, pensions are one of the largest issues in the country. That now moves up to number one. So the party took the idea frame from the intellectuals and they put it into a politically more attractive package and changed the priorities. And the party deliberated on those ideas at length. And there was lots of them, something like 1,600 people came together in Ottawa to organize that. Then the third step occurred, because it's not enough just to get a platform. Then Mr. Pearson set up the Leaders Advisory Group, which included the extra parliamentary party, the members of the caucus, and brought in communication experts like Richard O'Hagan and others. And then we began to do the polling with President Kennedy's pollster to begin to turn what had been the party set of priorities into a platform. And a platform then becomes an easily communicable kind of issue. Each one of those phases is analytically distinct. What we've lost in the Liberal Party is the thinking stage, because we don't have that serious debate that goes on. We have volunteers, wonderful, bringing up ideas, and our members of caucus produce good papers. But the independent idea flow, we haven't had since. And secondly, there's been lots of experiments of how to bring the party members into the policy process. It will not happen if the leader's office runs every second thing, and that's what every leader has done for a long, long time. And then once you have that achieved, then you need to have the smartest, brightest people to communicate it, because that's a skill all in itself. Mr. Pearson, this man who was said to be unpolitical, this academic from Toronto and Oxford, led the greatest political comeback in the history of Canada. He was quite a politician.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Michael Ratchet, Dean of Arts and Vice Provost at Trinity College, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the final session of today's conference. I first want to congratulate John English, Jack Cullinan, and Bill Graham for really putting on an outstanding day of Participants in today's discussion, Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, who was elected to the House of Commons representing Saint Maurice in the 1963 election that brought the Lester Pearson government into power. He subsequently held a portfolio as Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, and then following an appointment as President of the Treasury Board, he served as Minister for Industry, Trade and Commerce, and then Finance Minister. He was elected leader of the Liberal Party in 1990 and Prime Minister of Canada following the 1993 election, where he remained until in office until 2003. I'm also delighted to welcome the Honourable Bill Graham, who was elected to the House of Commons in 1993, representing Toronto Centre Rosedale, who he continued to represent until 2007. He served as the chair of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, and was subsequently appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs and then Minister of Defence. In 2006, he was leader of the opposition, an interim leader of the Liberal Party, and he is currently Chancellor of Trinity College and a member, a very influential member, of the Bill Graham Centre for Contemporary
You said you couldn't buy influence. Hello, Prime Minister. It's wonderful to have you here at Trinity College. And we've had a really remarkable day today talking about the legacy of Mr. Pearson's government. But as the Dean remarked on introducing you, you were celebrating the Pearson government, but you were first elected in that Pearson government in 1963. So in some respects, in celebrating the commencement of that government, we're celebrating your extraordinary career in public life in Canada and what you gave to Canada. And it was very interesting, Tom Axworthy sort of left a challenge at the end of the last session where he said, we hadn't talked about Mr. Pearson and national unity. And of course, talking to my nephew Ron Graham, who's there, who's worked hard with you on many of these issues, he reminded me that in fact, really you came to Ottawa to some extent recruited by Mr. Pearson because he needed a voice from Quebec, because he wanted to bring forward those voices. And I understand also that there was a time when it was thought perhaps that you might go back to Quebec and go into Quebec politics rather than staying in the national capital. And I know that people here would be very interesting to hear your reflections on that. And so without talking a bit about an introduction about your career, because Naveen has done that, maybe I could just share with the audience a couple of reflections of someone who had the privilege of serving in the House of Commons, which he served, was elected in 1993. As you know, I tried to get elected twice before and failed, so I elected because you got elected. You had certain coattails that were, the rest of us were lucky enough to be swept along on. And I remember campaigning with you one day in Rosedale, and we got on a bus. I don't know if you remember that. We were going down Sherburne Street. This bus was sort of going slow. He said, let's get on that bus and talk to those people. So we get on the bus and we stop. What's going on? There's Mr. Chrétien. They're jumping up. The bus is weaving around. He said, okay, enough of this. We're getting off. That's how you campaign. Of course, you grab a whole bus. That's a different way of doing it. But I just want to say to the audience here, political life is difficult when you're first elected. But to have gone to the House of Commons with a Prime Minister and a leader like Mr. Chrétien, who had had all the posts that he had, the experience he had in Parliament, that he welcomed the caucus and new members and made us feel that we had something really important to do. And I think that today, that sense of Parliament and what it is, and the sense that you brought, Prime Minister, your respect for Parliament, but also your respect for every individual in it. I remember you telling me one day your door was always open I know from talking to friends of mine in the Bloc Québécois, they could go and see you if they wanted to talk about a problem. You saw every member of Parliament because you respected the institution and you respected those in it, and you got the respect of the House.
Trying not to convert them as good Canadians.
It's always appropriate. Donc c'était un privilège d'être au Parlement comme Premier ministre, et c'est un privilège de nous avoir ici à Trinity. So what we thought today was, instead of doing the usual Chancellor's series where I ask the Prime Minister question, he said that he'd like a question period because he kind of misses the House of Commons. So he's going to give you, the audience, the opportunity to ask questions, and he will, no doubt, treat question period the way we did in the House of Commons, as not necessarily being answer question period. And I will watch with a great deal of amusement because, Prime Minister, question period was fun for you, but for your ministers it was a bit of a trial because everybody would ask the Prime Minister a question. But if he didn't want to take the question, suddenly it was your question. I'd be sitting down the row whenever there was question period, when all the ministers were watching the Prime Minister. Was he going to get up or not get up? If he didn't, we had to get up. So it was kind of a more nervous experience for us. So Prime Minister, thank you for all those years and what you did for us. Thank you for your personal courage, but also particularly the personal way in which you received us when we were members of Parliament. And I throw this open to our members, particularly our students, who want to have an opportunity to ask the Prime Minister.
Who shoots first?
Over here.
I'm actually a stranger to you, Steve, but I have a question about...
You want to go to the mic, perhaps?
Sure, happy to do that. I wanted to ask you about deciding not to go into Iraq and what happened at that particular time when you broke with the US on that. And I thought that was a very important moment for Canadian history. And I wanted to hear your reflections about how you came to that decision, what was going on in the back channels, I mean, all the things that you couldn't say while you were in office. 10 years later. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what was going on in the background negotiations, the pressure.
You know, it was not, we had time to reflect because there was rumors that they were planning, thinking of invading Iraq. The first, after September 11th, one night I was watching TV, and I saw old Senator Helms, who was the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee for the Senate in the United States. It's one of those nights when you don't know what to do, you're a bit tired, you flip from one channel to the other. And I saw a politician, so I stopped. And when I saw him, and he said, now we have a good reason to go to Iraq. A few days after September 11th. And I knew that Saddam had nothing to do with September 11th. You know, it was religious fanatics that he had fought against when there was a war between Iran and Iraq. Saddam had fought the same mentality. So for me, I thought it was a bit strange. It opened a red light for me. I became very suspicious of what was being debated. But there was debate, and President Bush at the summit we had in Kananaskis mentioned that to me, and we agreed to discuss that at the meeting that we were supposed to act, that we had eventually in September or late August in Detroit, we were to look at the problem of border problem we have there and finding a solution. And he asked to have a very unusual meeting. Condoleezza Rice was very surprised that he had asked to see me alone. And we had an hour and a half, and he wanted to discuss the possibility of a war in Iraq. And I have read all sorts of documents in the department, produced all sorts of documents and all that, and I read that at night, always. Rather than watch the news at night, I would read that stuff. And watching the news at night is better when you don't sleep. So you just get informed in the morning. So 9 o'clock, I closed everything, I went to my office, and I was reading this information. And that, I said to him at that moment, I said, it's very clear, for me, you can reflect. I mentioned to you the problem I had with listening to the Senator Helm. And I said to him, my informations are that I'm not comfortable that I will not be with you. I said the policy is not to be with you if you don't have the support of the UN. So you need to go to the UN. And he said yes. Because the week after in South Africa, I discussed with Tony Blair, who had urged me to go. But it was amazing. Blair was using the argument that we had to get rid of Saddam Hussein. President Bush was talking about weapons of mass destruction. It was a different problem. And I had said to Tony Blair, before the meeting I had before, I will not, he said to me, Jean, you have to do that. We have to get rid of Saddam Hussein. He's a terrible dictator. So I said to Blair, I said, Tony, if we're in the business of replacing leaders we don't like, who's next? I always said. But I thought about it. And he argued. And I said, if we're in the business of replacing people we don't like, we were in South Africa, why don't we come here in Zimbabwe next door and replace the leader there, Mugabe? And he said, oh, Jean, but Saddam and Mugabe, it's not the same. And I said, of course it's not the same. Mugabe has no oil. And even for a long time after that, we didn't have the same relationship. And so, but I said, you go. And if you have the UN, I might be able to go. You have to convince George to go to the UN. He was planning not to go to the UN. And Tony went to Washington. He convinced the president to fight to have a resolution of the UN. So that was my contribution, I guess, to try to get the UN. When I was with George, about an hour and a half, it was very short. I said, if you have the UN, I would be probably with you. But to have the UN, you need better proof of weapon of mass destruction. And he said, I said, oh, well, but it's clear. No. I said, I read a lot of documentation coming from different departments. And I said, I'm not convinced. I wrote about it that there was in my mind not enough proof to convince the judge at the Municipal Court in Shawinigan. And I knew the guy, So, I said, I'm not convinced. And he said to me, okay, I will send my people to convince you. But I said, no, I don't like you. I cannot be briefed by information coming from your government. My people have to be briefed. We have personal security and so on, who are very competent. And I don't want. And so he said, fine, I will go to the UN, because he had discussed that with Tony Blair. So after half an hour, we had nothing else to talk. We talk about baseball, which subject that we shared a lot of interest, the two of us. We're always surprised that I knew so much about football and baseball. And that other things probably, but we spent an hour and a half. The program was kind of pleasant, the family, problem, he wanted to see me about going to the UN, to go to war, and I said, first go to the UN, and after that we'll talk. And I had talked in a speech that the speech I made in Chicago in February, just before, and that was a very important speech. I clearly stated the position that there was a need for the UN, and had to proceed the way we wanted. And when the day came, go to the war, I said no. It was 45 seconds in the House of Commons. People complained that I did not make a long speech. usually you don't need a long speech, you say no. So it was nice. And it was a short question, and I did all that. And I had to decide it very rapidly, because others were joining the weddings. And we were not there, but they were waiting for us. So that morning, we received a phone call from, and the information I received, that from Great Britain. They wanted to have the answer. The way it was presented to me, I found it a bit irritating, but tell them to arrive at 2 o'clock. And that it was at 2 o'clock. We said no, a 45-second statement in the House of Commons. I did not call the president to tell him. Some people approached up to me. You know, he was extremely civilized about it. He made his pitch to me, but he was not insisting very much. I had more discussion with Tony Blair than I had with him.
But you also had a lot of conversations with Fox, with President of Chile. Remember, people were coming to you as the leader. They were constantly coming in. Yeah, I was talking to the foreign minister. You were talking to the leaders.
Yes, we were on the Security Council going to December. We were replaced by Mexico and Chile going to the Security Council. But President Fox and the President of Chile, Lagos, were new. And they felt the pressure. And I was the old man around, so they were consulting. And in the drafting, we were still pushing after the 1st of January, even if we were no more on the Security Council. And Ricker, our ambassador, was very good, was still consulted by his colleagues there, and he was communicating with us. So we got involved in trying to find solutions up to the time that it was called. And Fox and Lagos told me, we will do what you do. And they did not become part of the it. And it is the only thing that President Bush said to me that was irritating a bit for him. He said, do whatever you want, but leave the others alone. So yes, but I returned my phone call. So we were talking, and it was a kind of we, the 3 countries of America, not to be with the Americans at this time, was a very unusual and for Southern people, pleasant situation.
But I think it was fair. Tom actually said, prime ministers will be judged as to whether they're on the right side of the big questions of history. And I think it's fair to say Canadians today are grateful that you made that decision to be on the right side.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a thrill to speak with you today. And I'm an undergraduate student here at the University of Toronto. My name is Trevor May. I'd just like to thank you for coming here and speaking with us today. It's always very enlightening to hear from former leaders. My question refers back to the Pearson conference that we're currently attending. We've discussed his legacy as a governor within the government of Canada and his role as a mediator and encouraging the members of Parliament to participate in the process, the political process. And Mr. Graham has touched on, your respect for the institution of Parliament and encouraging people and the members of Parliament to discuss issues and raise their concerns and be leaders themselves. So if I could just get, your analysis of Pearson's role in encouraging members of Parliament to do their jobs, and your reflections on your own career and how you encourage members of Parliament to be a part of the Canadian political process. And if you could relate that to our current standing with our current and his approach to handling members of Parliament, that would be very enlightening.
I was elected 50 years ago last night. And right at the beginning I was in trouble. Because it was during the period of the big debate about the bow mark. You kids don't remember. But Diefenbaker had made a deal with the Americans to permit bow mark to be installed in Canada. And there was a debate. Mr. Pearson became very controversial because he said, if we said yes, we have to respect our commitment. And he was claiming there was no commitment. But for me, being a brash young man, 29 years of age, I decided that I need the proof to back my party. So, Pearson comes to Poitiers in the campaign. John Connolly, Senator Connolly, was the president of the party, so he took me aside, and that was when I made a statement about it. It wasn't the news. Very embarrassing for my leader. So John Connolly said to me, you know, you shut up for the rest of the day. And everybody told him, well, we will not be elected then, don't worry. Because I had defeated the majority. You know, there was 10,000 votes majority 9 months before for the Soviet. So not many people, but my wife and I thought we were to win. And so I shut up for the rest of the campaign. When I came, Pearson, you know, there was a vote on that right away. Because we were the government, the opposition was there. So I made commitments to vote against it unless I had the proof. It was a problem. And I didn't want to vote my first vote in politics to be against the party. So
that would have been a real problem.
I never voted against it. And so they got me to see the document of the cabinet. I have to recant it. It was all written by bureaucrats, the minutes of the cabinet. I could not speak much of English, of any. All in English. I was not sure what I was seeing. But I have been told that that was a commitment. So that was it. But I had another way. You know, life is made of that. You know, we go to bathroom once in a while, don't we? And so I went into the House of Commons bathroom, and Doug Harkness, who had been the Minister of Defense for Diefenbaker, had resigned from the cabinet. So in my extremely broken English, I asked him, is it true that you resigned because we were committed? He said, yes, young man. He was kind of this austere, you know, guy, you know, probably very nice, but you know, he was older than I. He was even younger than I, but he was older than I was at 29, so than I am today. So that convinced me to vote with the party. But it's just to show that he got me to see the documents. Lucien Cablin was the Associate Minister of Defense. To help me to do that decision. And you should have seen the horrible article I had the day after the vote in the Devoir. They clobbered me, you don't know much. That my father was completely upset. And my wife called me, and she was reading my Devoir, and she said, "Now you're having terrible, terrible publicity." So I'm sorry, I'm getting to the topic. And so she was upset. I said, "Honey, don't pay attention. Nobody reads the Devoir." One day, the professor of universities, the deputy minister, nobody realized. You can't finish the joke. Later on, a few weeks after that, I don't know what I've done, there was a good article in the Devoir. So I called her in and said, "Did you read the Devoir?" She said, "No." Because, you know, when you told me that nobody read the Devoir, I canceled my appointment. I said it was a good story. You told me that nobody reads the Devoir. Bad or good, you know, makes no difference. So I had a lesson, I said, "Touché, darling," and bye. So that was the type of thing. After that, you know, in those days there was no TV in the house. I mean, it's a big difference on it. That was a gentleman club or gentlewoman club, but you know that the rules were different. Nobody could make a speech with reading a speech. It was illegal. It was out of order. You had to get up and speak up your mind. and very few notes on a piece of paper. Only the Minister of Finance could read his speech that time. There was question period too. The speaker was McNaughton, who left, he gave his seat to Trudeau eventually. He had been with the government of Saint Laurent, a backbencher. Probably he was frustrated, but he was very generous with the House of Commons. We were in the minority position, and he gave the floor to the members from the government, just like of the opposition. And he was very generous. He gave me a lot of questions. And we could do that. And so I attract attention to that. Even I had a private member's bill, it was very rare, that passed. I had a bill to change the name of Trans-Canada Airline to Air Canada. And I received a beautiful note from Mr. Pearson, thanking me to have solved the problem in very neat fashion. And that, perhaps I tell you, I did that. You know, question, members of parliament from 5 to 6, it was members' hour. So we were killing the bills. So if an opposition member had a bill, we would line up enough speakers that at 6 o'clock the bill was killed. That means that it went at the bottom and never came back during the session. So I was a young Turks. One of my job was whenever they needed somebody to kill the bill, I was always there to talk about anything. Take 20 minutes or 15 minutes. So I knew how the system worked. So after my bill was called upon, I lined up killers of this myself. One, Rémy Paul for the Tories, an NDP from British Columbia, and Réal Cowett for the Créditistes, and a few liberals. And the bill came, and I convinced them not to speak. So 10 minutes or 15 minutes after the second reading, there was no more speakers. So the speaker had to no more people to speak. So he called a motion. So the bill was approved. There was a consternation, you know. People were afraid the bureaucrats of cost to buy new cutlery for Trans-Canada Airline. And the price of painting the plane was also a reason like that. But I had only 3 arguments. You know, TCA is at the bottom. Air Canada will be at the top of the list in the airport. There were 3 TCA. Trans-Canada Airline, Trans-Caribbean Airline, and Transcontinental Airline. So it was confusing. Third, it so happened that it's bilingual. Oh yes, another argument I had. It's a Trans-Canada Airline was going to England. Makes no sense in it. Because it's no more Trans-Canada. So we could do that. And but it was a lot of activities, you know, pension and plan and the healthcare system and a lot of change into that was an extremely activist period. And the party was divided between the old guards in Quebec and the new guards, and in the rest of Canada between the left and the right. So I entered on the left, but I was appointed parliamentary secretary to Mitchell Sharp, who was supposed to be on the left, on the right. And we had a terrible division, you know. Henrik is here, you know, he was there, the Toronto Star was all with Gordon, who was on the left side of things, wanted to have Medicare July the 1st, 1967, and Mitchell was the extreme right, he wanted to start the 1st of July, 1968. Makes no difference today much, but Mitchell was the Minister of Finance, and Walter was no more the Minister of Finance, but it was an extremely lively debate. And that it was a great period, and we're in a minority position. We had to be there all the time. And we had the time of the flag debate. We spent the summer there on the flag debate, where fist fight at times in the corridors, because we were to replace the red ensign by the Canadian flag. I was very excited. And even Baker was there. He was a fantastic parliamentarian. When he was getting up and making the speech, my book looked a very good prime minister, but he was not bad as leader of the opposition. He was very tough. Extremely unfair, but anyway. That was kind of good politics. And I enjoyed it, and I learned a lot. To be a backbencher in those days. And Mr. Pearson naming his own parliamentary secretary quite rapidly. But you don't know You know, when I became a member of parliament, there was always a softball game between the members of the press and the members of parliament. My Pearson ambition in life was to be a pro baseball player. And he was the coach of the members of parliament. And on the other side, Charles Lynch was the coach of the press. And I was one of the younger members of parliament, and I was the pitcher, and we won the game. So I earned my seat in the cabinet that day.
6 years of being Foreign Affairs Committee. The Prime Minister, you mentioned about television, and a lot of people have said that while television was supposed to make the House and Mail more accessible, in fact, it made it less effective as a place for parliamentary exchange. In your view, in the end, has television been beneficial or detrimental to the nature of the debate?
It's changed the nature of the debating society. House of Commons is a place where one asks a question and the minister replies. There was those speeches on different legislation where you had to speak up your mind without having your own. In those days, we were one member of parliament, two members of parliament as one secretary. So we had no assistant, no speechwriter, no researcher, nobody. You had to do it alone all the time. So it was really a club where you could look bad or look good. And you could not read a speech prepared by somebody else because it was against the rules. So it's so carriers were made there or destroyed there completely. And that is for me, and another thing, Parliament we're sitting at night, Monday night, Tuesday night, and Thursday night. So we had to stay on the hill, and all the time. So it was a kind of a very different type of atmosphere.
You would have dinner together in a parliamentary.
Yes, some would play cards, some would drink, and all that. That too. That was another type of the problem. Most of the members have their families. And so it was living together and making these speeches. You could make an error that would be fatal, and so one cannot blame anybody else. And as I said, you have to speak up your mind. So you have to be quick on your feet. Otherwise, you could look bad. And it was what the House of Commons. When you go to Great Britain, you see they sit in benches. They are very narrow to each other. You know the sign when it was. Why? It is because the words cannot kill the other with your. And we say in English, avec votre épée. So that was the nature of the debate of the House of Commons at that time. And Mr. Pearson was a very gentle person. He was a diplomat, and he was an extremely nice guy. And he got me as his parliamentary secretary already.
People said that he would go and sit in the parliamentary library and read, and you could go up and talk to him.
But at that time, the library was It was a place of meeting. During all these hours, we had not much to do. Every one of us would go to the library and ask for a book to have a reference, and sometimes making these speeches, you need some information, so, I can tell you some stories about the speeches I had to make. An MP had to change the name of his writing. How can you speak on that subject for 20 minutes? I remember that time one member from Quebec wanted to change his writing from Montmorency to Charlevoix-Montmorency. So, and my mandate was to speak 20 minutes over that. So, in the library, and I discovered a letter of Laurie. My writing in those days was Saint-Maurice Laflèche, in honor of the most Tory bishop we ever had in Quebec, Monsignor Laflèche. So my speech was, if we were free to change the name of our writing, I would change mine. Because I didn't want to have Monsignor Laflèche, on my writing. I was happy to represent the river of Saint-Maurice, but not Monsignor Laflèche. But he was coming in to my grandfather at one time because he was a liberal. So, apparently he's the one who invented that the ciel est bleu, la mer et l'enfer est rouge. So, to make a speech, I read a letter of Laurier. And Laurier was a liberal, and the church was not very keen on liberalism in those days. It was, Laurier had to argue with the church that the liberalism he was promoting was the liberalism of Great Britain and not the continental liberalism. And those who are liberals sometimes were excommunicated. So and Laurier said, now apparently the Pope will need a new bishop in Nicolette, and it might be so-and-so, and we might have one friend. He said, there is Cardinal Tachereau, who is supposed to be with us, but he is away in Girouette, how you say that in English? Water car. So you go check that speech. So that is the type of life we have. So the Parliament was more, now it's far better than before. In those days, the press gallery was the gallery. We were not 20 miles away writing from us. 200 miles, they were dead before anything. So that changed the nature of the institution.
Even, for example, the parliamentary committees, when I was chairing the Foreign Affairs Committee, we were collegial, we worked hard, we go on the television, the minute we put it on the television, something was a dogfight, you didn't get anything done. Until we changed the atmosphere.
No, it is. The problem is very good, the communication, but it's changed the nature. Because you cannot be as candid on TV. Because you take a little bit of it, makes controversy. Or nothing. But in committees, people will speak up their minds and so on. I would say that as an institution, it was functioning better. But in terms of communication, the reason why we did remained very mysterious because it was the press has to try to interpret. But in the other side, the press had more influence than today because the press were part of the process, and you would talk to them, and some would give you advice, and they felt they were part. Many of the guys, Bruce Hutchison from Victoria, for example, had a lot of influence. He was from Vancouver. From Victoria would come to Ottawa, and everybody would meet with ministers and would speak up his mind. The view of him was, there was a few journalists who had a lot of influence with the politicians. But there was a rule. When it was confidential, they kept their word. If it was off record, it was off record. So now there is no such thing as off record. So you're at the gym, you have to watch out. Because everything is known. And sometimes it's good. Sometimes, you have to be able to discuss frankly that today it's a bit more difficult. Because it takes out of context a phrase you make. Imagine I survived that day for 40 years.
Thank you, Judith. Then you got right there.
Bonjour.
My question is related to actually in 2005, they held the top 15 news in Francophone media coming to the House of Commons. Only one made it, and it was the budget. So when it comes to what's going on in Ottawa, basically people don't hear about it very much. And with practically no MPs as well being part of the government as it is, I'd like to have perhaps your opinion the state of national unity as it is, and perhaps also a list of your best practices and strongest arguments when it comes to shaking people off of their apathy towards Canada. Thank you.
Apathy. How do you see this national unity debate today, and how did you find
Oh, but
getting people on apathy?
if it is about national unity, Mr. Pearson was very much involved. He created the commission, Laurent to find out what was the type of frustration that existed in the land and so on. And it was, he promoted very much, the French fact in Ottawa. He was very keen on that. And when I arrived in Ottawa, it was absolutely an English city. There was virtually no word spoken French, very rarely among us and so he favored all that very, very much. And that he was, probably named me as parliamentary secretary because I was no better in English than he was in French. So the two of us made a good pair. He got me to campaign with him in '65 in Algoma East because there were Francophone communities there. And I would make speeches with him in different places, Perhaps I can tell you an anecdote about Pearson, how he was. I was campaigning with him. I was his parliamentary secretary in '65. We were flying back. I was paying my secretary in '63. He said, Jean, if we were to stay here tonight, would it cause you any problems? I was not the telephone. He said, what's it cause me problems? And I said, no, I will stay with you. You know why you wanted to stay there? You wanted to watch the football. And I missed a couple of meetings in my writing, but I went in. So, but he was like that. And very relaxed, and he was well briefed on his documentation. And he was great Prime Minister. It was a big turning. Because Diefenbaker was very controversial. And here come, and it was Western politics. He had very strong views, like the flag, where he cried when he changed the flag. And that he was a very difficult person in some ways. He would invite himself to some summit, for example. I don't think Mr. Pearson would have. And that type of thing. So to come, this gentleman that was like Pearson in office, that was a big change. And for us, unity became a problem at that time. We had the first violence in Quebec at that time, and so on. It was very traumatic for us, he was very clear. He believed in giving a break to the Francophone. For me, I was a good example. I was at stage 29, 30, I was his parliamentary secretary. And And after that, he sent me with Mitchell Sharp. You know, just to show how much he was involved. Why he sent me with Mitchell Sharp? Is because I had fought the Socrat in my writing. The Socrat was a product of a party started in Alberta, and the money, they call it the funny money guys. They wanted to get money. A bit like the Americans are doing today. And that printing money to solve all the problems. And it was difficult because they had collected was a fan of the street. And he would say, what is the problem? The problem is we have no money. He said, we were to print money. We'll have money. What we do with the money, we'll go in the store. What do you do in the store? You will buy the goods. If you buy the goods, there will be no more goods, so we'll have to buy more, so more people will work. You have only to print money. And he said, all the other systems don't work. Well, why don't you try mine? It's difficult to counter that. So when I arrived in Ottawa, I decided to learn a bit about the Bank of Canada and all these things. And I gave my name to be on the Committee of Finance. And I was the only MP, English and French, who put finance as the first choice. So Mike Pearson put me on the Committee of Finance. And eventually, you know, he sent me to work with Mitchell in finance, and he told me, Jean, if you work hard, you might become the first French Canadian Minister of Finance. That wasn't the real reason. He replaced me by a junior to me, Prime Minister office by the name of Pierre. Because had been elected in 65, I'd been elected in 63. I let him go first because he was older, but because I was elected before him. So Mitchell and Pearson sent me to finance. And I have to tell you a story. When I was at college in Poitiers, we had a professor who was very national, Serman Blanc, who had thrown me out of his classroom. He had said that Sir Wilfrid Laurier was an Anglophone because he had studied 1 year at McGill. And I had been kicked out of college, so I had been in Joliet before, close to Saint-Lin-des-Laurentides, and had visited the home of Sir Wilfrid Laurier. It was a company of friends, so I got up and I fixed the professor that was wrong. He threw me out of the class. But I came
Boswell does that all the time.
So when I became Minister of Finance, this priest wrote me a beautiful letter. You know, he was a brave nationalist guy, and he wrote to me, I never thought that a French Canadian will ever become Minister of Finance of Canada, let alone you.
It's always great to surprise our professor. Students can take heart. But you raised an issue because you said, you know, how did you manage to stir people's sense, wake up their apathy about Canada? I always remembered your wonderful speeches and Vive Canada, and it had people standing on their feet. But I can remember too, in the case of the first referendum, I don't know if you would recall, but I was working for Mr. Ryan at the Comité du Nom, and I ran into you in the corridors of Radio Canada in Montreal, and they had treated you so badly, and it was tough. I mean, it wasn't easy. There were a lot of scholars that came out of some of those battles that you went through in those days in the national, in your own patois, your own Atlanta, your own home. It must be difficult.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you that I lived some terrible events in my life that I don't want from my street. You know, you have to understand that fighting separatism in Quebec was very difficult for women. Breaking the dream of a kid is very difficult. Breaking the dream of an adult is even more difficult. And some people really believe it. They believe that happiness for everybody in Quebec was a win. And became the religion of a lot of people. And to come and do that, it's not easy. So I've encountered extremely painful situations. These divided families, divided parishes, cities, and we have to do that. But I did it out of conviction. You know, for me, when I see people like Canada, it's not. I believe it goes back to my family. You know, my father was a great Canadian, and he was a great Francophone. And he spent the first 10 years of his life in New England. And New England had seen the French language disappear during his living. You know, the schools were French, and eventually, you know, they merged with they were Catholic, French, and the bishop decided that it was a waste of money, so they put the Anglo with the French, and after that, they stopped teaching French. And Dad was convinced that this would never happen to Canada. And out of it, you know, he was a great Canadian. My mother, on the other side, Dad spent the 10 first years of his life in Manchester, New Hampshire. My mother's family moved to Alberta in 1907. I learned about the section of land and a combine before about an acre of land because all my uncles, my grandfather was right mom was the only one left in east and talking about the western problems and, you know, when we were having a good season, some would come to visit. When we had bad crops, nobody would come and so on. So Canada was there, and one day my mom had a trip to visit her family in the West. And we were not rich. She had taken pictures in the West, and she had been in Banff and Jasper. And it was part of a very moving thing, you know, for knew about the Boisvert family that was in the West. So very early, Canada was, you know, you remember my speech, the Rockies belong to me too. And that was my conviction. So it was not out of, you know, I was very French, to the point I could not speak very much of English. As you know, there's a lot of jokes about my way of English when I started. And so I did that. And during the referendum, of course, some of those people said that, you know, go in. It was called Radio Canada. Nobody would shake it. They would just, you know, pay attention to me as I was there. But that did not stop me to say in Quebec, like anywhere else in Canada, sure.
Hi, I was just curious. One of the commentators earlier today commented on how he believed one of the biggest concerns that Pearson would have if he was around today would be the state of First Nations within Canada. With what's going on with the Idle No More movement, some of the protests going on with reserves across Canada, I was wondering if you could comment on how Pearson's beliefs about First Nations of Canada influenced you as minister under Trudeau.
You know, it was already a problem, but it was not very high with a lot fortunately, we just got the right to vote a few years before. They were living on reserve. And that there was a white superintendent named by the Department of Indian Affairs. And we looked very bad about it. Probably Mr. Pearson knew that we were looking very bad about it. Because whenever we want to discuss apartheid, and we went, we were told, yes, but look at what we do with the natives in Canada. So that was there, but it was not high level. It became probably under Pearson, the first Indian association was created, I'm not sure. And but it was strictly, absolutely only a federal problem. They ran everything. It wasn't an Indian Act. We were living on reserve, and there was a Department of Indian Affairs. So it has become a big problem more and more because when I became the Minister of Indian Affairs, you know, I started a negotiation with them. You know, Trudeau was preoccupied about it. It was, you know, coming from the previous discussion, but I don't remember. Yeah, I have to tell you, I was not interested at all in that. There was no natives in my writing, and there was not much in Quebec of natives, and it was not a problem that we encountered like the people coming from the West and so on. So, in fact, when Mr. Trudeau asked me to become Minister of Indian and African Affairs, I said, you know, but I never met an Indian in my life. He said, that's perfect, you have no bias. And said, you're from rural Quebec, you don't speak much English, you've known, people thought we were very, my family were not very poor, but we lived. So he thought that I had personality. But it was part of the progressiveness that we wanted to show as liberals that evolved into the development of this file that I managed for 6 years. It was extremely difficult. And that, and because, you know, I had consultations. And very often I will go, and the natives will tell me, you're the first minister we ever see. Remember one day in Saskatchewan, one guy told me, he said, Minister, I'm so happy that I can talk to you. So many years before, he said the minister was coming into our part of the world, and we went in canoes to meet him, and the train passed, and somebody waved at us, and came out. Here I was with them, discussing. And it was not easy. And they had always a speech made that whenever they would start to eat, people would suck it to me, don't know about it. And the press was reporting again, Chrétien got clobbered, you know, because the natives were all mad at the government and so on. Because I was giving them for the first time the chance to speak. So I changed. You know what I did? I said, from there on, I will speak first. So I would tell you guys, you know, you have something that you want to tell me, suck it. Tell me we stole your land, we never respected 3 days, and so on. So I was making your own speech. There was no more news. So I started to be controversial. And we started to develop Indian policies, we established governments on the reserve, we established the first government in the Northwest Territories, you know, most of the members were appointed, for example, created new Iqaluit and so on. But the start of that was the progressiveness of Mr. Pearson led us into the Indian debates that it is. Of course, he would have been very preoccupied about it. It was his name. You know, he was, you know, he was not, Pearson was not the candidate of the business community at all. He was a bureaucrat who had been around the world, who had been in the UN, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and was seen more in Canada inside. Has seen the world. So he knew what was more than anybody else, what was needed to give us a modern Canada that we became. You know, I'm very proud to have been associated to the period since Pearson. The Canada of today is not the same. We're going back, I'm afraid, but it's not the same. You know, we were really respected. The Canadian values were the values that people wanted to copy. generosity, sharing, respect for minority, bilingualism, what we were fighting for all my career. And so that allows to be involved in always ahead of many countries on many issues. And it was not easy to do that in diversity. Take abortion. It was difficult. For me, I'm a Roman Catholic from rural Quebec. And I came convinced that the woman should decide. Well, remember when I had 40 nuns voting in the same poll than I. After I said that, I lost 38. Two refused to go and vote against me. And they were the nuns that I went to their school. It was a jardin d'enfance for the kids. Dominican, they were there. They were nuns and I owed them a lot. But the bishop had told me that I was not the right way. But so we would do that.
Well, I had a nun cousin who voted for me because she was deaf. So it was all, you got some votes in Toronto.
You can tell your relative is a nun that I helped them very much because my name is Jean Chrétien. That means John Christian. My initial are GC like Jesus Christ. My mother's name was Mary. I used to live on Boulevard. It was the 12. 6 feet tall like Jesus Christ. Already I was beginning my public life and I was a crucified minister at 32.
Next question. No biblical analogy.
Mr. Prime Minister, you've undeniably had a very prolific and successful political career. And I was wondering if you could just tell us what's, looking back on your career in the public service, what your greatest accomplishment and your greatest regret that you weren't able to accomplish in your time was.
Why to deliberate on that? I don't know what I did the best. For you to decide. For me, perhaps some small things were very important for me. For example, I was at the University of Montreal. My wife was the patron for the Faculty of Music. I was no more Prime Minister. So I was with my wife. She was the star. We grew a bit. I was a Prince Consort. And so I was there in three dean of faculties came to see me before, and he said, "What is your biggest accomplishment?" And I said, "I don't want to tell you. Tell me." They insisted and insisted. So I said, perhaps balancing the books, saying no to the war in Iraq, because it was the first time ever that there was a war where the Brits and the Americans were involved and the Canadians were not there. So it's a great statement about the independence of Canada. And a few things like that. And they said, no. Now that is what you've done for the university. What you've done with research and development, the chair of excellence and all that. He said, this will have a lasting effect on the nation. Here was 3D or 4D francophone from Montreal telling that to me. I'm pretty good about it. But it's not something where you have votes. I used to say, giving to university, there's no votes now. Quebec, they vote separatists, in Ontario, NDP. So there's, but you're exaggerating, they voted for liberals. And that type of thing, you don't know that. Like giving money for the arts. I had to cut. It's not pleasant to balance the books. But the first dollars we had when I came back, I made sure that the first allocation was going for the Department of Heritage, and Sheila Cuff was the minister. There's no vote in that. In Quebec, all these guys, you start out in Radio Canada, with me. But it is the right thing to do in a society. You don't have to do everything for both. You do what is right. You have a good chance that the vote will come along. Don't be too strategic. Do what is right, that we're comfortable with. There's too many people planning and trying. Just speak up your mind and do what you feel good about. The worst can happen to you is you're defeated. And at one time you want to terminate that. It's not the most elegant way to quit, but I managed not to have this way to get out. But, do what is right. And I'm sure that Mike Pearson was, Mike Pearson was not a political planner. He was not. He was a well-educated diplomat who knew the world, who wanted to make Canada a better country. That was his goal. And so if you do that, then if you have the right values, the debate is about values. And people say government makes no difference. I'm telling you, Mike Pearson made a hell of a difference in Canada. And you see that Harper is making a big difference in Canada. Is he not? Not for the good, but he does. And so when they say it makes no difference, it makes it big difference. Of course, we liberals, we're centrist party. We don't have the leisure of being right all the time because we borrow good ideas on both sides. It's less satisfying. It's when you're doctrinaire, it's easy. You know exactly what you have to do. And we know that we have to balance all the parts of Canada, the diversity of the nation, the diversity of the need, and sometimes solutions take years to come.
Well, like the university finance, or the hospital financing here in Toronto is a phenomenal.
Yeah, sure, but all the art, we did, how many things we've done to Toronto when I was there? The gallery, the Royal Conservatory of Music,
The ballet school.
the ballet school. Have you got an opera too?
Yes.
Ah, good, you got everything. It was done under our governance. And after we rebalanced it. But it was, we did that in my book, because I think that culture is important. I'm supposed to be a guy who never read a book. But I've always been very preoccupied about this element of our society. And it will be more important in the future because we're becoming a society of services. And this is something, culture is a service to the nation. It's gallery, and museums, and opera house, and symphony orchestra, and so on. It's important in the life of the nation. But we don't do that.
Well, I'm sorry you mentioned about balancing the books, because you won't recall that I was with you in Prague. And you had Vaclav Havel sitting beside me here, and you were sitting right, and you were doing some doodling on a piece of paper with some numbers, and you looked over me and said, I see you're curious about what I'm doing. And I said, well, I am sort of, it's quite interesting. He said, I'm doing the budget. I sort of started looking at the numbers, and I said, where's the Department of Foreign Affairs in the budget? You looked over me rather slyly and said, you are not big enough to count. So I said, let's go to Havel and see what he's got.
The finance of the nation always was a big preoccupation with me very early. I was the parliamentary secretary to Charles. And after that, I was named the Minister of Revenue for 6 years. I think, and after that, I became the President of the Treasury. And I went after that to be a Minister of Finance. So for me, that was something, that was extremely important. And that I paid a lot of attention. And that, and balance the books, Paul was the Minister of Finance, and the others were in other departments. So we had a committee and we did a cutting, for example, it wasn't easy to do. I'm very pleased that we've done it with, I don't know, judgment, I guess, because we never had any big problems. You know, one day I was in Great Britain when the new government arrived, and the Times of London had invited me to explain what they should do. There was a lot of from the government were there, and business people and the people of the time in London. And they said, how we do it? I said, never you do it. It's not how, you have to do it. Second, he said, how come you never had big strikes? Never had big strikes. I said, it was a question that I asked myself too. So one day I asked the union leaders, why you never had a strike against me when I was doing all these big cuts? And I said, I don't know if it was a compliment or an insult, but they said, we knew you would never change your mind.
Good evening. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm honored to meet you for the first time because I'm a person that comes from Nigeria, a faraway country from Canada. And my question is, what was your relationship with African countries at that time? I'm sure that you never had a good relationship with Robert Mugabe during your prime ministerial role. And I just wanted to know, what was your relationship with Bill Clinton in comparison to George Bush?
But about Africa, always had good relations. Even with Mugabe, yeah, that was civilized then. I think that he was a father perhaps in this nation, but he was, the leader, elected leader. I question, but he was elected. And that when Nepal, the notion of Nepal. Nepal was promised by the West and a member of the G8 to help Africa to improve their governance. And if they were to improve their governance, there would be rewards for them. It was decided when I was at the summit in Italy in 2001, I guess. And that, but they gave me the file right away, even if Italy was a chair, because it's probably they thought I had more screen time than them. And so I had to work a lot in Africa. And I met with the leaders of Africa. And I became friends with the leaders of Africa. You're from Nigeria, Odusenjo is a good friend of mine. And in fact, you remember when Mr. Wawa, the writer, was executed by Abasha. I was at the Commonwealth meeting in New Zealand, and his son, who became a writer for the Globe and Mail here, was there, trying to raise, he was not dead yet, he was to be executed. And he was trying to stir up interest, but every leader would say, it's internal matter from Nigeria. We cannot intervene. I was giving the floor in the opening, and I rose. The Minister of Foreign Affairs from Nigeria almost had a fist fight with me. And that led to Nelson Mandela, Congress Mandela, to call Basha and so on. To no avail, Wawa was executed. That led to suspension, I recall, Nigeria. And Obasanjo said to me, and he said that publicly here in Canada, that I saved his life. Because he was one of the 3 prominent guys who were to be executed. And after the confrontation with Wawa, something happened, and Abasha lost the control, he got sick and so on. And Obasanjo said publicly, I saved his life with this intervention. even, and it was politics within Africa. And I was involved in that quite often. You know, it was very difficult because sometimes the suspension of Zimbabwe was always on the table. And some of my colleagues wanted to suspend them. And I said to him, with all this problem, he is a hero, because he was the first leader to gain independence in Africa. And his colleagues from Africa were not one to beat. And I remember we were debating that, what kind of a vote, and so on, and I explained to my colleagues that the Caribbean will not vote against the first be very faithful words. So it is my involvement. I enjoy it very much, being involved in Africa. And I'm very sad today that we are getting disengaged in Africa. We're closing embassy when everybody says it's something in the future.
Remember the Kananaskis Summit?
I invited the leader.
Remember Obasanjo and Rwanda and the Secretary General of the UN came?
Yes. No, I was always. And what was the second question? Bill Clinton? I was his friend. No, we had a very good relation. You know, he was a very pleasant chap, if I can use that word, and he was part of the progressist governance that we established. I was involved in that. It started, in fact, the meeting we had of the America in Chile. We had a discussion between him, myself, and Hillary was there, and the president of Brazil, Cardoso. It's where it started. And it was funny. The first meeting was in Italy. And the Prime Minister of Italy did not invite me. Because in Europe, a liberal is a conservative. And in the United States, it's almost a communist. So I would always ask, what is a liberal? And I would say, when the people on the left says you're a right-winger, and when people on the right says you're a left-winger, you're a good Christian liberal. So I was not invited. And Bill Clinton said, when the next meeting was in Germany, he said, if you don't invite Christian, I don't think I will go, because he's more progressive than I am. Of course, his wife would question me all the time about our Medicare. She had a great interest in that. He wanted to know how I managed to vote for against capital punishment and the problem of abortion and so on. How politically he could manage in Canada problems that were extremely controversial. There, plus we played golf together. So
I had some stories about the famous Clinton shop. Remember?
Clinton is States.
Well, I think, Prime Minister, we've kept you for a long time, and we have to thank you. I think you demonstrated something that I always told my friends, you said you had a reputation of not reading very much. But I remember when I went to visit you at 24 Sasa, you were in that library, and there were a lot of books. And I once caught you in your office in the Parliament building, and you said something. I said, well, that sounds something a little bit like Margie McMillan says in her book, Paris 1919. You looked at me and said, oh, you've read that too? So I think you were maybe reading a lot more papers and books than anybody ever gave you credit for, and I think you've demonstrated today.
Very useful book. If you read it, you understand many of the problems we're having. With all the way that the distributed the world after the First World War. And when you look at the problem in the Middle East today, the Kurds and the Shiite and the Jewish was created on this table, and that its problem with the meat was where the oil was. And when some of the problems are in today, but a little bit of meat doesn't hurt. What is an intelligent? Someone intelligent. Well,
on that note,